Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we begin our coverage of Arizona versus Lori Daybell, the chosen one, in the alleged conspiracy shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, who was her niece's husband at the time. So they are live in court, so we're going to get straight to it.
All right, we're going on the record, State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell, CR 2022-001242. Can I have appearances, please?
Trina Kay on behalf of the state, and for the record, the victim is present in the courtroom.
All right.
Daybell for the defense.
All right, I'm going to need you to scoot up to that microphone. We also have present in the courtroom a representative from the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. Do you want to announce?
Yes, Your Honor. Joseph V. Hill on behalf of the Sheriff's Office and Correctional Health Services.
All right. After court on Monday, immediately after court, I ordered the Sheriff's Office to provide some sort of medical assessment of the defendant. I received a pleading late yesterday afternoon indicating that Correctional Health Services examined the defendant around 12:30 p.m. yesterday. The defendant was treated for one condition, and Correctional Health Services has indicated that from a medical standpoint, we do not find any clinical indications to miss court. Is that correct, Mr. Vigil?
Yes, Your Honor, and we have additional information if you need it, but it's not much. But
all right. All right, let me turn to the defendant.
I'm going to ask if this is probably going to be a HIPAA violation coming up here.
Your Honor, first of all, can all of this be sealed? Anything that having to do with my medical? I don't think that's something that all of this needs to be sealed, including the minute entry and
hold on,
the response from MCSO, all these things.
I can seal the response from MCSO, yeah, but to the extent, well, do you have any other information you want to provide me as to why you're not medically able to proceed? Right now, the only objective information I have is that you were assessed and CHS sees no clinical indications of why you need to miss court.
They told me
If it's something you want to discuss on sidebar, we can do that.
that would be great.
All right, I'll ask.
So for those that are joining us, Lori is in the courtroom and they're at a sidebar right now. And she has been declared medically okay. There's no clinical reason why you need to miss. She's talking, they're talking about a HIPAA violation. Her counsel there, definitely said this could be a HIPAA violation. And Lori asked if this can all be sealed, including the minutes and all these things. So he says he can absolutely seal the MCSO, which is the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office information. And you provide, let's see, can you provide why you can't proceed medically? So she wants to talk about it in a sidebar. So that's where we stand. And remember, there is a delay, so we're about 30 minutes behind. So just keep that in mind. That whatever we're seeing has happened 30 minutes ago. So they are in a delay, which would happen with the Charles Vallow case as well, trial. So they were 30 minutes behind then. So we do ask if you are watching anybody's feeds, whether on a website or on X or Twitter or Facebook, Blue Sky, wherever you get your feeds from, please do not drop that in the chat because we do not want any spoilers. Unless it's like, you know what? Don't do any spoilers. How about that? Let's just keep it no spoilers. We have Joe Schmo in the courtroom. He's communicating with us. We're in contact with a couple other court reporters. So we are getting the information. We will bring it to you. So I would appreciate if you guys don't do any spoilers for the rest of our chat. Let us bring you the news as it comes to us, and let's all enjoy it together. So, who is with us? Kate and Northwest. Good to see you. Therapist Juno and Fala. Thank you for joining us. Brett, good to see you. Green-Eyed Cat, how are you? Let's see. Joanne Jedi Platypus, Trial Junkies, good to see you. Under a Rocket, thank you for joining us. Jinx, Nomad, awesome. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Seriously, she's going to claim cramps. You think that's what it is? Maybe. Only fan, I bet she faints today. Who knows what she's going to bring up. Lily Wayne, thanks for finding this for us. Great day. No problemo. Baca says, just say no, Judge. Appreciate you guys joining us. Brenda, hello. Good afternoon to you. Capri Law, good to see you. Fur Baby's mom. Oh, wait, let me get you. Fur Baby's mom. There you are. Green-Eyed Cat. Oh, it just went away. Sorry, Green-Eyed Cat. I couldn't get you. Couldn't get you up there. Future, good to see you. Boy, it's been a while, right? Queen Olive Ruth Ann. Oh, it's so good to see so many familiar faces. Mary Brown, thank you so much for your $5. Appreciate that. Lori's only sick from being snarky and lying, and she wasn't quite ready for facing you, Brandon. That seems to be that seems to be what's going around. This is the first time she's faced a live defendant. Nobody else has been live. All right. So, Golden Girl, good to see you. Vague and Ambiguous asks, is this the same courtroom? Seems to be the same. It seems to be the same. To me, it seems to be the same. We can ask Joe, but I'm going to go out on the limb and say it's the same courtroom. So, Moki, good to see you. Hey, Gloria, good to see you. All right. Evangeline, good to see you. And yes, there she is. Northwest says control is what this is about. Hey, A Murder of Crows, good to see you. Jinx, how's Prego Kitty Cat? Polly is she's still pretty pregnant. Oh, and here, I got to show you Rafa. He was so cute. He was playing, look at him. He was playing with, let me see. He was playing with, I'll get this right. He was playing with Ember over here. He was nibbling on Ember's, he tired himself out. And of course there's Super Ball over here as always, but yeah. Rafa tired himself out. Oops, okay. All right.
Intends on proceeding with jury selection today. Depending on how things go, I don't know that I would make the parties do their opening statements or not, but that remains to be seen today. The court finds that the court has not been provided any objective medical information of why the defendant can't proceed today. Although the defendant expressed that she has a headache and is not able to proceed, she was able to fully advocate on her own behalf and articulate to me the reasons why she doesn't think she can proceed and seems to be of sound mind and ability to proceed. So we're going to bring the jury in. How many jurors do we have? We're still missing 6. Mr. Vigil, you can be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll give those jurors a few more minutes. If you don't want to do that, you don't have to do that, but that's up to you how you present. All right, we'll be at recess.
All right. I don't know. I didn't like what I just heard there. He just said that he's not sure if they're going to get to opening statements, you guys. I don't like what I just heard. So they had a sidebar. All right. So first of all we heard so far was, Lori asks, can all this be sealed, including the minutes, all of these things. The judge says, yes, he can absolutely seal the MCSO, which is Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. He asked her, can you provide why you can't proceed medically? Dwayne, thank you so much for that. 5 gifted Trial TV Live memberships. Who got one? Let's see. Fur Babies got one. Seriously got one. Dylan got one. JJA, awesome. Julie Schwartz, fantastic. Thank you so much, Dwayne. All right, JVA, you did not miss a thing. Unfortunately, there really wasn't much going on. So here's what you just missed. They still are doing jury selection. They're still seating. They're still trying to find a jury. There's 6 jurors missing. She asked straight away. She asked if everything can be sealed, including the minutes. He says he can definitely seal the MCSO. He asked, can you provide why you can't proceed medically? He says there's no clinical reason that has been presented for you to miss court. They go to a sidebar. He comes back. He says he intends on proceeding with jury selection and he'll see about opening statements. That's what concerns me. He'll see about opening statements today. So he says that the defendant, Lori Daybell, has a headache. She has articulated, why she can't proceed. She was well enough that she was able to say, I can't proceed. And they still have 6 jurors missing. So that's what concerns me, you guys, that he said he's going to see about opening statements. So unfortunately, we're kind of at a wait and see. We're going to be at a wait and see, hurry up and wait, I should say, right? Is that the old saying, hurry up and wait? Here, I got to do something here. Okay. Hold on. I didn't like my thing there. All right. It's that old hurry up and wait. So, Trial TV Live gifting 5 Trial TV Live memberships. Awesome. Thank you, Trial TV Live. Or am I behind? Am I that far behind? Wendy. Awesome. Thank you so much for your $5. Joanne Jedi Platypus, thank you so much for your 5 gifted Trial TV Live memberships. Macy Combs got one. I see that. Emily learned my last name or else. Awesome. Thank you, guys. So, as much as I want to say we're going to have court today, not looking good, you guys. Not looking good. So, you know what? Why don't we play? Let's play from the other day. You guys may have seen this already. I've seen it like maybe once on Joe Schmo's channel, but let's play Lori. Where can I find that? We'll play what happened the other day when she was sick. It's only like 13 minutes, but in case you guys haven't seen it, at least we'll get that in there. So, hey, Afton Ford, good to see you. Virginia Little, Fur Baby's mom, there you go. You got your newbie. You got your TV. Moki says at least the judge is trying to move it along. Absolutely. Helen B., good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Always good to see. Chat is flying. I can't read that fast. We can slow it down. I'll slow it down a little. Let's slow it down a hair. Let's go to 7 seconds. Okay. I slowed chat down a little bit. Slowed it down to 7 seconds. I don't understand the HIPAA part. That's medical. Like, that's instead of me floundering around. Yeah, it's basically privacy. So it's the Health Insurance Portable and Accountability Act of 1996. So HIPAA, 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 the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act of 1996. It's a federal law that protects the privacy and security of individuals' identifiable health information. It establishes national standards for protecting this information. So it also addresses health insurance portability, making it easy for people to switch jobs and keep their health insurance. So it's basically, you can't just say, I've got type 1 diabetes or I've got cancer of the liver. You know, it's all protected under federal law. So that's basically what that is. No, Deanna, we do not want updates. Thank you, though. We are monitoring. We have 3 people in the courtroom, so we are fully on it. Although I do appreciate you saying that. We have our eyes open. So I am going to play what happened the other day. Let's do that while we wait. And thank you to all the new subscribers. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for coming in. Now, this happened the other day, you guys. So if you have seen it, great. If you haven't seen it, let's just sit back and watch. I watched it once with Joe. Joe Schmo showed this. So this happened, was this yesterday? No, 2 days ago. Today's Wednesday. This happened on Monday. So this was Monday, you guys. All right, let's check this out. This was Monday.
Jury selection, State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell, CR 2022-001242.
We did make a short of this. So we made a short of this, but we didn't watch, we haven't seen the whole thing. So here's the whole thing again, you guys. Let's check it out.
All right, this is time set for continuing jury selection, State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell, CR 2022-001242. Appearances, please.
Trina Kay on behalf of the state, and for the record, the victim is in the victim room.
All right. Ms. Daybell?
No, in the courtroom, sorry. Keep moving.
Lori Daybell for the defense.
All right, are we ready to proceed with jury selection?
No,
Why not?
I'm sick, Your Honor. I've been sick all weekend. I let my team know yesterday I was sick.
Can you please pull the microphone a little closer? I can't hear you very well.
I'm sick. I've been sick.
Have you put in tank orders to get treatment?
Yes.
Are you being housed in the infirmary?
Nope. I'm housed where they put people in quarantine anyway. I'm housed alone. They would not move me from where I am.
Have they tested you for any communicable diseases?
No.
All right.
You asked me to let my team know. I let them know yesterday at 9 a.m. that I was still very ill.
Sometimes we're in positions where we have to proceed when we feel under the weather.
It's not just under the weather. I'm very ill.
Do you have copies of tank orders you put in for treatment?
Not with me. I put it in on the tablet.
Is the DO able to check whether any tank orders were put in?
I can pull down there, Judge, but I don't know when you put it in.
What's that?
Yeah, I think it takes about 24 hours.
They haven't even answered my tank order yet. It takes them a long time.
So what symptoms are you having?
I have a terrible headache. I have nausea. I have chills. I have a fever, probably. I haven't been able to keep very much down besides broth and oranges.
Would you be willing to have one of your advisory councils complete the 40-year process, jury selection?
Would that waive my ability to represent myself for the rest of the trial?
No.
Then can I have a moment to discuss with them for a second?
A couple things. I'm your trial judge. My instructions are to complete your second trial. So even if for some reason your sickness worsened and we weren't able to complete this trial and had to declare a mistrial to this trial, even if this case got delayed into June or July or August to be reset, I'd still be your trial judge. Additionally, last time we did jury selection on your first trial, as I recall, you asked between probably about 5 and 10 minutes of follow-up questions of the panel before we sat the jury. I only mention that in the context of not a lot of it is expected of you at this point in the trial. Depending on how you're feeling later, we could talk about whether the opening statements would have to be further bumped to tomorrow. But I would like to keep this trial on track. So if you want a few minutes to talk to your advisory council, we can do that. Is there anything the state wants to put on the record before we do that?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
All right. Do you want to do that back in the tank? All right, we'll be at recess for a few minutes.
All right.
Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record. State of Arizona versus Daybell, CR 2022-001242. The state is present. The defendant is present. Ms. Daybell.
I did discuss with my advisory council. They are not comfortable doing that. I do have a right to represent myself. I'm sorry that I'm sick. I did not plan on getting sick. I did not try to get sick. This isn't anything to do with anything other than the fact that I'm incapable of going forward and doing a good job representing myself. I've been incarcerated for over 5.5 years. I've only ever been sick one other time in the whole time I've been here.
All right. State want to be heard?
Judge, obviously, if the defendant is sick and she does have a right to represent herself, we understand that. The concern is the state does need a date certain when we're starting. I have witnesses that I rescheduled already once to fly in this week, assuming we were starting today. I obviously will need to reschedule them again. I can't keep rescheduling them every single day onto a new flight. So I am not sure how we want to proceed at this time. If we want to give the defendant a couple days, see if this jury is available to extend out to the 25th. I know we had originally talked about that, and begin on Wednesday. I don't know if she will feel better by then, but that's the only suggestion I have at this time, other than starting all over again at another date.
Is there a reason I couldn't proceed with some of the oral voir dire this morning? Because other than introducing herself, she wouldn't be expected to do anything this morning, and that way we can at least get rid of some of the jurors that, for whatever reason, would need to be excused.
Judge, my concern is she's in a wheelchair now.
Well, I would probably ask to have her sit in a regular seat and not be in a wheelchair that says MCSO across the back of it.
Your Honor, I am just not capable of going or even sitting here. I need to be laying down. I need to be getting better so that I can go forward and actually represent myself. I hope that I feel better this week and we can go forward. I can't give you any promises. I can't control any of this.
All right, I'll take the state's suggestion and try to salvage this jury in this trial. I'm sure these jurors are going to be none too happy coming down today again for a dry run.
Judge, I do have one other. I don't know if we're able to, and I understand this is Judge Kemp's courtroom, if we can start earlier for the rest of the week and next week at 10. Maybe take an hour for lunch. It's just ways to try to...
Yeah, I would be willing to do that. So for Friday, I have nothing else, and Judge Kemp has nothing. We could start at 9 on Friday.
And I know we have at least one juror that we will have to excuse who was going camping on Friday.
Yeah, juror number 4, I think.
Yeah.
My schedule, we could start at 10 on Wednesday. Let me check Judge Kemp's courtroom schedule. I think he looks like he'll be done by 9:30 at the latest, so I think we'd be safe on telling the jurors to come back 10 a.m. Wednesday, get the jury picked, opening statements done. All right, I think I do need to bring the jurors in to tell them something, so can we have Ms. Daybell sit in a regular chair and not and bring the wheelchair out into the hallway?
Yeah, try and take some.
I don't think that I can even sit here. I need to go lay down. I don't understand. I don't think, last time you said it was going to be 15 minutes, it was an hour and a half where I was sitting here trying not to throw up on TV in front of the jurors.
Which maybe we could, all of us leave and they could come in and just speak with you.
That's fine.
I've had that happen before where none of the parties are here and the court just advises that we're unable to proceed
Your Honor,
today.
I don't know about you rescheduling this for Wednesday. It puts a lot of pressure on me to be better and ready for Wednesday, and if I'm not, I don't like to disappoint people. I don't like putting people out of their way, all the jurors and all these things, and all the pressure is on me. That's not going to help me get any better anytime soon.
What is your suggestion?
I don't know, but I'm saying so tomorrow if I'm not better and I let my team know, are you going to drag me in here like you did today with
the team that came to get me, do you know they felt so sorry for me to have to get dragged out of bed to be here?
Yeah, the answer is yes. I probably will order that you be here Wednesday. We'll take tomorrow off. Because I need to confirm how you're feeling. You because you represent yourself, no one else can waive your own appearance.
You're welcome to come over to the jail and come to my cell and see how I'm doing in there.
All right, I'll take a pass on that. All right, with the consent of the parties, then we'll have the parties exit. I'm going to tell the jury we're going to try to get this done on Wednesday. Obviously, that depends on whether the defendant's feeling better or not. We will, I'll tell them to be here ready to go at 10 a.m. Wednesday unless they hear something else. So I'll go ahead and ask the parties to exit. We'll keep the FTR running for the
Okay, so that was the FTR. So that's why the feed was so poor. That was from Monday, right? So so that's why the feed was so poor. Trust me, when the actual trial starts, it'll be fine. We saw that earlier. We saw that with the trial, Charles Vallow, or what was that, like last month, or was that in April already? So that feed was from the courtroom, like Zoom, basically. So that's why it was crap. At least the audio was good. So basically, Lori got sick. I guess Friday. I think she got sick after lunch, from what I heard, and she was sick all weekend. Clearly, you heard her. You heard her on Monday. She was not feeling well. Judge had them take Tuesday off, and now she is here. It is Wednesday. She did appear just now before the judge. If you missed it, excuse me, if you're coming in late, he said he intends on proceeding with jury selection, but he will see about opening statements. So opening statements are still up in the air, you guys. I would not be, it's right now it's kind of a 50-50 because we may not actually have trial start until tomorrow. Fingers crossed it'll start tomorrow. Who even knows? We don't even know if it'll, well, I'm not going to go that far. I'm just going to say right now the Judge Beresky said he intends on proceeding with jury selection and he'll see about opening statements. So in the meantime, now that is malingering. Okay, yeah, there you go. You guys want to know what malingering is? That is malingering. We talk a lot about malingering. We were watching another trial, California versus Carlos Dominguez, and therapist, who is a therapist, says that is malingering. So that is absolutely malingering. We don't know, Selena. We don't know. I just read he hopes to have a jury. He's going to proceed with jury selection, and he'll see about opening statements. So it's kind of up in the air right now, unfortunately. So what happens if she refuses? He could remove her from representing herself. Yeah, I think he has the authority to say we're going to go with standby counsel. We're not going to put everything in jeopardy, because not only is these witnesses, Trina Kay had to, as you heard, she had to bump all of her witnesses that were due to start. They were due to start on Monday, right? So here we are, Wednesday. That's Monday, Tuesday. That's 2 full days of testimony that she's had to juggle her witnesses. They're flying in from out of state. So that's a lot, right? And then Ken Rosenberg, who is in our chat, he's a mod, and he's also a lawyer. And he says, this ripples out. You may have 10, 15, 20 cases ahead of you. So this ripples out. It's like throwing a pebble in a pond. It just ripples out, and it affects, it's like dominoes. Let me put it that way. It's like dominoes. It just affects so many other people. And each one of those trials probably has 5, 10, 15, 20 witnesses. So it's not like, Lori's just one thing and she's affecting just one person. She's affecting a lot of people. So, and Joette is Zapper with that belt. Zapper with that belt. That'll get her going. Exactly. And P. Cooper, yeah, Colby just wants this over with. I agree. Rachel B. says he will put her in another room like Daryl Brooks. There you go. That's it. Yeah. Kate, thank you so much for the £2. We appreciate that. Hit the like button. Thank you, guys. All right, we are getting, so Judge Beresky says the potential schedule is today, tomorrow, and Friday, and then all next week. Potential. This is potential. All right. Today, tomorrow, and Friday of all next week. There is a chance trial could finish next week, but if not, Monday and Tuesday, June 23rd and 24th. He asked the juror if any of them have conflicts with this schedule. So, so think about that. So he says the potential schedule is today, tomorrow, and Friday, which we pretty much knew, even though earlier he said he wasn't quite sure about opening statements. He was going to see about that. I guess it depends on how quickly they can get this jury seated. And then there's a chance trial could finish next week. Now think about this. Lori did not have a defense. So the Charles Vallow did not last long. I think it was 8 days. Let me just double check. Just bear with me for a second. Let's see here. Turek. So Lori against the conspiracy to shoot. Remember, Alex, her brother, came over to her house and they shot her fourth husband, Charles Vallow. So that was only 9 days. Well, it was 8 days and then a jury with the verdict. So the state. So everybody rested after 7 days. So think about that. So Lori did not have a defense in that case. I do not think she's going to have a defense in this case. I think this is going to be probably a 5-day trial. I don't know. I don't see it going. I don't see it going more than a week, to be quite honest. So I can see this ending. Let's see. I can see that. Well, here I have my calendar over here. So we're starting, if we do start today, which is obviously the 3rd, I can see this being done by the 10th or the 11th. Now he's saying today, tomorrow, and Friday. So, wait, I'm sorry, today's Wednesday. Sorry. Today's Wednesday. So it would be today, tomorrow, and Friday. So 4th, 5th, 6th. And then it could finish next week. So that's 3 days. Well, actually today is pretty much over. I'd say 2 full days, Thursday, Friday, and then 5 full days. Yeah, I honestly, and then it would be kicked out. Then they're not going to, then they push it out to, then they're going to skip that entire next week, the 15th. I don't know. I don't see that happening, to be quite honest. What do you guys think? And I'm only basing this off of Charles Vallow. So yeah, Lori is dark that week of the 16th. So 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, Lori is dark. Court is dark. Lori is definitely dark, but court is dark. So that's why they would kick it out to the 23rd and 24th. So Baca is saying, Judge, make her stand by counsel, defend her. Hey, Psychosaurus. Yes, UC Davis case is off today. No Carlos Dominguez today. Tomorrow, possibly a rebuttal tomorrow. Possibly. He was allowing today, Psychosaurus, Judge McAdam was allowing the two parties to get together and hash out the jury instructions, have the state, if they want to do a rebuttal, we may have a rebuttal tomorrow. But yeah, no Carlos Dominguez, no UC Davis today. Hey, Krista, good to see you. Lori is 4.2 dark. A week break will help defense. Michelle says, I think there's more evidence in Vallow than in this case. I agree with you. Only because there was a death, right, Michelle? There was a death, so you had medical examiner. You had all of the police officers. I think in this one it's going to be Brandon. I think it's going to be the 911 call. The responding officers, which I think there were only like 2. There was the one woman, and then maybe. Oh, you know what? Let's play that. Let's play the 911 call. Let me find that. Brandon's. All right, hold on. Let me play that. While we're waiting, let's play the actual 911 call. Let's see. I have that. Just give me a second. It's short. I think it's only, let's see, hold on. Let's see, 19 minutes. Okay, so while we wait, this is Brandon's, this is the 911 call. This is why we're here. All right, let's see. Moki, we'll get to that, what new trials are coming up. Just hold on. All right, here is the 911 call. This is why we're here. So I think this will probably be played into evidence, right? Hold on. All right, so this is the 911 call. This is Brandon calling 911, and let's check this out.
Hi there. So what's going on?
Someone shot my window out.
Okay, give me a little bit more than that.
Yeah, so I was just pulling in.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed a green Jeep Wrangler.
Okay.
It's like a pukey green
Okay.
color. Had a Texas plate.
Mm-hmm.
I just moved in like a week ago, so I
Okay.
thought maybe it was just my neighbor.
Okay.
So as I was kind of pulling in, they lifted their like back window.
Okay.
I saw a muzzle. They shot.
Are we talking a real gun,
I
a
don't-
BB gun?
It's got to be like a BB gun or an airsoft.
Okay,
It was
so
loud.
they shot, then what happened?
It hit my window, and instead of turning in, it scared me really bad.
Okay.
I thought, I'm getting shot at, so I drove straight. So
Okay.
I drove straight really fast.
Okay.
Pulled around the corner, got my phone out, called 911, sat there, drove a little further up. I watched them come around the corner.
What do you mean coming around the corner? Coming around the corner where?
So I drove up there. I drove
Okay.
to the street.
Gotcha.
made a right, went a little further.
Okay.
Parked by, there's a park right there.
So he went northbound on that street.
Turned right, and I watched him turn right down here, and I knew there was only one way out of this neighborhood.
Okay.
On Pecos and Wrecker, so I told that to the dispatcher.
Okay, so he was on Wrecker. He went, but you don't know if he went onto Pecos. You just know Wrecker Road.
Well, he didn't get on Wrecker. He stayed on this, and he came out on. He had to have gone out on Pecos because that's the only way.
Oh, he stayed in the neighborhood. He did not go out to Wrecker. I got you covered. Okay.
And I was nervous, so I was kind of waiting because I didn't want him to follow me.
So we don't know where, if he went on Pecos, left, right.
I don't. I didn't follow him anymore. I was a little uncomfortable.
Okay. 11 Paul 22, just for information on units, left the neighborhood south toward Pecos and unknown from that location. Okay.
So it was really loud, so that's why I didn't think it was a BB gun, but it could have been maybe.
Well, let's look. So you were just pulling into the driveway. They were sitting here.
Yeah. So I was.
So were they facing then west? Because if they opened the back.
Yeah, he opened the back, and there had to have been two people, I think, because
Okay.
they were parked right here,
Right, facing that way.
facing towards this van.
Gotcha.
And so my window was like perfectly aligned because I was kind of starting to pull in.
Okay, so you didn't totally pull in yet. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can see my window. It shattered, but it didn't go through, which means it couldn't have been a real hole. And I didn't think about that.
Oh. Whoa. Hello. Is that
Sorry, my
who's?
car, I'm not good.
Okay, I'm like, what the heck?
Yeah, oh wow, I didn't see that.
Yeah. Is this going to shut on me if I get close?
No, because I'll
Okay.
put the key inside.
Well, I don't think that's a BB gun.
One friend calling us, engine 459. It's been holding for over 2 hours.
Alright.
District 6.
Alright, so it looks like they shot up anything if he's there. Alright, so you just moved in.
Yeah.
Okay, you just moved. Okay, so was this a vacant home at the time?
Previously, yeah. It's
Okay.
a rental.
Alright. So you're the owner though, right now? Or you still,
the lease.
you're, okay, so you're just renting it. Did the
One second,
owners
Tommy.
of the house, can I open,
Yeah.
is this, how do you open this door? Go ahead.
Right.
Ah, look at you.
Sorry.
That's pretty sweet.
112, Officer Taylor.
Anyway, did the owners of the house say anything to you who was renting the house before you or anything?
No.
Alright. Do you have any enemies? Anybody that you...
Just went through a divorce. there was some crazy stuff that happened with her aunt, killed her husband, but I would hope that has nothing to do with this.
Okay. Did you live here in the valley before? Where'd you move from?
10 years.
I'm sorry?
I've lived here for 10 years.
Okay, so where'd you move from? Here in Gilbert,
I just
or?
sold a house over on Quinn, just right by the...
Okay. And no issues at work, no issues, enemies or anything? Okay.
Other than the only people that I could even think of would be that group. But,
The family?
Yeah.
Your ex-wife's?
yeah.
All right. It's kind of weird. All right, let me grab my camera and get some pictures. All right, so you were coming here. Did it look like a long rifle? Did it look like a rifle type?
Yeah, it looked like a rifle or something. Like there was a muzzle. There was like some kind of a muzzle thing on it. Mm-hmm. And they just lifted up the back gate and shot.
Okay. So they were shooting this way. Okay. All right.
Oh, 13.25, go ahead and 1022. 11.23, you're much closer. Go ahead and have your turn.
Hey, head over this way to the house. I want to show you something.
Yeah, I'm out there. I was just going through the school parking lot.
Yeah, I think it might be adults. But yeah, I think this might be a real gun too. Not sure. I just want to show you real quick.
Where did this
Right here, right in the street here on Phelps. He was heading westbound, just about to drive into his driveway. And the green Jeep was parked right here on the side, right next to his house, just west of the house, facing west. And whoever was in the back opened up the back of the Jeep Wrangler, the little door in the back, whatever you want to call it, the flip thing, and shot once. So the guy didn't make it into his driveway. It shot and it actually hit the driver's window, blew out the window. And so the guy got scared and kept driving westbound. And then as he's round the corner, that's when the Jeep Wrangler took off, kind of circled in the neighborhood, and then headed toward Pecos, don't know where. So, I'm going to take some pictures. Okay, bye. Where was the window? Where did that land? Because I'm assuming you picked that up.
It actually stayed on my door.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, when I drove around.
So when you got out of your car right now is where it lays?
Because you saw it just opens automatically. As soon as
Yeah.
it opened, the window fell off, and so
That's just weird how that opens. That would freak me out.
yeah.
Alrighty. All right, so whereabouts, what were you say? Were you about right here?
Right here.
Okay.
I saw the tailgate lift up.
Yeah.
Pointed the gun at me. Shot.
Okay, so it would have went.
I heard a loud boom.
Yeah.
My window shattered, and then I just went.
Right. I'm trying to figure out trajectory.
I'll call Scott and have him come out.
Okay.
Most definitely.
Okay. Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Okay, there's nothing.
It's stuck in there.
You think so?
Absolutely.
That's what I was wondering, but I don't see. It's got to be back in here. I'm not touching. Anyway.
Who's pissed off at you? How long ago?
else was in chamber. They think I'm involved in it. I've got nothing to do with it.
Contact at 103 Charles Lobby.
So he's right about here. Okay, if you guys want to go just right over here for just a sec, let me get some pictures real quick.
Where were you on the car? No, like what's the street? Where were you?
Now, the green you're talking about, are we talking that type of green?
Like a hunter green?
Like a pukey green.
Okay, that's kind of more of a pukey green. Are we talking a chartreuse? I know it sounds like got a gazillion colors, green.
Let me just try and find it on my nest.
Look at your nest. He's got a nest.
Oh, wow, fantastic. Do you have your, is that your car registered to you? The driver, or your registration? Okay, I'll just get all your information off of that real fast.
There you go. Camel green.
Oh, camel green. Okay.
You're good, dude. Are they sending a detective up? This definitely.
I don't know.
The detective
Is
should come
I'm
out.
assuming.
We're
Well.
still recording.
Oh, I am too. Scott's coming out.
Walk up. Is he?
I don't know.
You need to call him.
Well, I thought he was coming. Well, you just said about Scott coming out.
No, I said I would call him.
Oh,
Do you
well,
want
of
me to
course.
call him?
I thought he was coming out. We'll just get him on the radio and say, "Come on out." There goes a gray. Now, is it a? I gotta find out 2-door, 4-door. But anyway, get him out here. I thought he was already on the way.
I'm gonna walk up and down these streets.
Yeah. See if we have any more
I'm gonna see.
cameras.
I'm gonna walk up this one and then back down.
Cool. Thanks. Are you Brandon? All right, cool. So what would you say, how many minutes before you called us did this happen?
I just called right as soon as it happened.
Okay, fantastic. Now, were you able to, because you're coming in, they're facing that way, so you're not going to be able to see. When they passed you, when you were parked, were you able to see any description of these people? Is it a guy, a girl, anything? Okay.
I was trying to make sure I had enough distance in case they shot at me.
Okay. And you said you saw, when you saw, you could see the barrel. You think it was a long rifle, not a handgun?
Yeah, and it had like some kind of like a silencer or something on it.
Okay.
That's why it's like maybe it wasn't a gun but it was so loud.
Okay.
Can I sit down?
Sure. Do you have I was going to say, do you have a chair or something that we can get you?
I have some chairs. I just want to sit down.
Okay, sure, no problem at all.
It's kind of hitting me, you know.
Is there anybody else here? Are you the only person that lives here? Is there anybody here that...
My kids live here with me.
Okay. No other adults? Okay, is there somebody we can call to come here to be with you?
Yeah, in a minute.
Okay, you go ahead and you take your time, whatever you need, okay? Can I get you a bottle of water?
I got one over there. I'm fine. I just want to sit down.
Sure, no problem at all.
Is there anybody else here with you, buddy?
No.
Nobody else is here at the house? What do you do for a living?
I own a couple businesses.
Okay.
I know I have a lot of questions. I apologize. Is it a 2-door or a 4-door Jeep Wrangler?
Looks like a 2-door.
Sure.
10-4, lane 10-4.
Can I get a third minute too? I want to do a canvas.
10-4. Break 11. Or correction, Lincoln 4.
We'll do a line search down the street.
Okay.
11 Pulse 41.
Okay. When you went... Huh? Yeah, you're going to do a canvas, yeah, and do a line search. As you went down and you got out, you turned
Disregard, just
north on that street? Okay, how far did you go down before you parked and just...
Just, you know where there's a pool over here?
There, okay, I'm not real far, it's been a while.
I owned a house on the other side of the street. So
Okay.
So I just pulled on the other side of the pool.
Pull the other side of the pool, okay.
It's right there.
All right. And then they passed you by,
As I saw them drive by, I thought, well, I'm going to go down this way and make sure they don't come back out and go out this way.
Right.
So I had 911 and I told them. And as I saw them go down that way, that's when I pulled back in. And then it kind of hit me what happened. And not until you showed me that I realized something.
Okay. All right. I'm going to get some maps and stuff like that. I'm going to be making some notes, so just hang tight, okay? The GMC?
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yeah,
101 here.
11 John 2.
11 41.
10-4. 11 Pulse 41.
Or book your cleaning online at ZeroResPhoenix.com. Spell the same forwards or backwards. ZeroRes is the right way to clean.
ARVers in October festive season. Show at Peoria Baseball Complex. Show at Peoria Baseball Complex, 83rd Avenue in Bell. Show info and a chance to win a 7-day RV vacation and a $1,000 gift card at EasyRVShow.com. We'll see you there. Things that keep you up at night. Let's see. Work stress, crying babies, your laundry list.
I'm going to shut off for now.
All right, I found a live feed. So hold tight for a second. There's nothing going on. So let's just hold on 1 minute. It's kind of like Verdict Watch, right? This is going to be like Verdict Watch. All right, hold on a sec. So we'll do this for you guys. And then I'm going to play Brandon's testimony during Lori's trial. So we'll play that for you guys. All right. Just give me a moment. Nope, not that. Okay. All right, so that's the live feed. Just give me a moment here. All right, that's the live feed. So we'll keep an eye on that. And then while we do that, you want to go out, little man? All right, hold on a sec. All right, so while we wait, we found, well, let's see, we watched this before, but let's watch it again. Actually, we're going to just listen to it because this was Lori's trial back in April of 2023. Excuse me. All right, so this is Brandon testifying. This is Brandon testifying at Lori's trial. Let's see, hold on a sec. Let me put myself over here. This will be a lot easier to do. Just bear with me for a second. Hang on, guys. All right. Let's just do that. There we go. All right. So that's live trial. That's the courtroom right there. All right. So you're not missing anything. And then this is going to be Brandon's.
All right. Just a few.
All right. So this is Brandon's testimony from Lori's. Here, I could probably move this down a little bit. Let's move this. Move this down here. Move this down here. All right, so now we know when Lori's trial actually kicks in. That's Lori's trial right there. And then this is Brandon's testimony from April 10th, 2023. So I'll pin that up here. So we can pin that here. So let's see. Brandon's testimony from Lori's trial on so we got that. So Brandon's testimony from Lori's trial April. Let me see if I can, where's that? Here, I can do this. I'll do this as well. Okay, so I hope that's not confusing to you guys. All right. I hope this all makes sense for you guys. That's a lot going on. All right, let's listen to this. This is Brandon's testimony.
All right, Mr. Wood, the state can call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Brandon Boudreau.
And who will be conducting direct examination?
I will, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, thank you, Mr. Boudreau. If you'll come around this way and be seated in the seat to my left. All right, just a few quick instructions. We're making a record of the case, so please make verbal responses to any questions. Say yes or no instead of shaking your head. For example, please try to avoid talking at the same time anyone is questioning you. And with that in mind, Ms. Smith, you can inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the grand jury, please?
Yeah, my name's Brandon Boudreau. I'm from Mesa, Arizona.
Okay. Sir, could you spell your last name, please?
Boudreaux.
Okay. Mr. Boudreau, are you married?
I am.
How many times have you been married?
Twice.
Okay. Let's...
Scoot up to the microphone.
Sure, sorry.
Okay. And I think it'll help if you just lean just a little forward. It might be a little uncomfortable, but lots of people need to hear. Okay. All right. And you said you'd been married twice. Let's talk about your first marriage. Who were you married to?
Melanie Cope at the time. She became Boudreau.
Okay. And with your marriage to Melanie Boudreau, did you have any children?
I did.
How many?
4.
Okay, and what are their ages?
I have Braxton, who is 13, Brighton, who's 9, Blake, who's 7, and Breeze, who just turned 6.
Okay. How long were you married to Melanie?
A little over 10 years.
Okay. What year did you marry?
2008.
Okay. And during that time, did you meet her family?
I did, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us who you remember or who you had relations with?
I mean, she has a big family, so her mom passed away when she was young, so I met her birth mom's family, her dad's family, and then her stepmom's family.
When you say her birth mom's family, what are their names?
The Coxes.
Okay. And if you could just scooch just a little closer. Thanks.
Yeah, sorry.
I know, it's all right. And so the Coxes, what are their names, please?
Barry and Janice Cox are her, would that be her grandparents? And then Adam Cox, Summer Shiflett, Lori Ballo, and Alex Cox.
Okay, and those 4 people are who to Melanie and therefore were to you?
They would be her aunts and uncles.
Okay, therefore your aunts and uncles in-laws?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you spend much time with Lori's aunts and uncles? I mean, Melanie's aunts and uncles?
Yes. We, before we got married, I met them in Arizona. And we would spend, most holidays together. We would, when I first, right after I was married, I moved down to Arizona. I actually lived with Lori for a while, and her husband Charles.
Okay. So when you say Lori, do you see the person you recognize and knew through marriage as Lori Vallow here in the courtroom today?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Can you please point her out and describe an item of her clothing?
She's sitting over on my right with glasses on.
Okay. Your Honor, may the what table, just so that the record's real clear?
The second table.
Okay. How many people are at it?
There's 3.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect he's identified the defendant, please?
Yes, that's reflected now in the record.
Thank you. Now, you said you'd spent time in Ms. Vallow's home with Charles, correct?
Yes.
All right. And at that time, was he her husband?
Yes.
All right. How well did you get to know them?
Very well. We just spent a lot of time together.
Okay. When you say we, what does that mean?
Me and my family. My wife at the time and my children.
Okay. Did you get to know her children, Ms. Vallow's children?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. What were their names?
There's Colby, Tylee, and JJ.
When you say you got to know them, did your kids also interact with their cousins?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we did. They spent a lot of time together. My oldest, Braxton, was pretty close with JJ. I think, JJ looked up to him a lot, and they spent a lot of time together.
Okay. So would they spend any time in each other's homes?
Yeah. JJ wasn't he wasn't super interactive as he had autism, so he wasn't always incredibly interactive, but he seemed to love hanging out with my kids, and specifically Braxton and Brighton. As he got older, he started to be able to interact a little more, and he would always he kind of had 2 fascinations. One was with traveling. He always said everybody always got him suitcases. He had suitcases everywhere. And the other was coming and hanging out with Braxton. He would always ask for that, and they had a great time when they spent time together.
Okay. And what about Tylee?
Yeah, I spent a lot of time with Tylee as well. I watched her grow up. I met her when she was just little, and then got to watch her kind of grow into a teenager.
Okay. Did you have any special sort of religious connection to Tylee?
Yeah. In our church, when you turn 8, you can get baptized if you choose. And so when she turned 8, she decided to get baptized, and for whatever reason, Charles wasn't comfortable doing the baptism, and so they had asked me, and I of course said yes. I would be honored to baptize her.
And you say in your church, what church is that? What's your faith?
I go to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Okay. And was Tylee baptized into that church?
She was, yes.
Okay. Were you and your wife members of the Church of Latter-day Saints?
Yeah, we were.
Okay. And to your knowledge, what about Mr. and Mrs. Vallow?
Yes, as well.
Okay. Did you, what about the relationship sort of that you observed between Melanie Boudreau and Lori Vallow? What was that like?
Yeah. Melanie, she kind of had an affinity towards Lori. She always kind of she looked at her kind of less like an aunt figure and almost more like a mom figure. She was always wanting to be like her.
Did you get along with Charles?
Yeah, really well. Charles and I both had a passion for sales and business, and we connected well in that. And we just both loved our families, and so it was very easy for us to spend time together.
So it wasn't uncommon that the Boudreaux and the Vallows would get together and get along.
Yeah, we would. There was years where they lived by us, and we would usually see each other maybe once a month or more. And then there was times when they lived further away, but we would travel to each other's homes, stay in each other's homes when we went, and it wasn't uncommon to spend a week, or more at each other's homes.
Okay. Did you spend holidays together?
Yes.
Okay. What was the last Christmas that the Boudreaux and the Vallows spent together?
That would have been in 2018.
Okay. Was that a typical Christmas? For the two couples?
No, it was definitely different at that point.
Why?
When you get really close with people, you kind of become comfortable and you let your guard down, and your body language is more relaxed and more comfortable, and it just, everything kind of, I don't know how to, it can be so fluid. You can see each other and pick right up where you left off. But everybody feels like they know everything about each other, almost like it's just, you're so, you know each other so well that it's like memory, if you will. But, and that one, it was very, well, there was Melanie Gibb who was there, who I'd never met before, and never heard anything about. So
let me stop you there and let me ask. So you said it wasn't the same as before. Were there other people there for this holiday?
Yeah, Melanie Gibb was there with her family, who I didn't really know her, and the rest of us were all, it just didn't feel, we didn't feel close. The body language was very, in the way that the conversations flowed and everything just felt very distant.
Now, around this time, were you and your wife active in your church or in your ward?
Yeah.
Okay. And had you been active with the Vallows in your faith?
Could you maybe expound on that?
Sure. Had you and the Vallows shared that faith and shared activities at church?
Yeah, we definitely had done things at church together.
Okay. And did your wife's and/or let's take it one at a time. Did your wife's activity in religious events increase around this time, around that Christmas?
Yeah, a little bit before it actually, but.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah. So when we first got married, my wife's kind of religious level was kind of low. She didn't enjoy going to church. It wasn't something that she. It was more me pushing going to church. I felt like I got like a little bit of a benefit from it, and she didn't really enjoy it that much. And so for most of our marriage, it was kind of me pushing going to church. But kind of in the fall of that year.
We're talking 2018.
Yeah, sorry. In the fall of 2018, she started getting really passionate about going to church and about different ideas within the church. She started going to these things she was calling firesides.
When you say calling firesides, are firesides within the LDS faith? Are those a common practice?
So in the LDS faith, the way our setup is organized is our congregation's called a ward, and there's usually some leaders inside the ward, and then there's a bigger congregation called a stake. And inside of that, usually ecclesiastical leaders organize the regular Sunday events, but you also occasionally will have like they call them firesides, but like a special event that focuses on something around our belief. And in this case,
So were the events that your wife attending called firesides sort of part of the organized part of your church?
no, and that's I guess what started kind of sticking out to me was she would go to these things that she was calling firesides, but they weren't put on by the church. They didn't have any ecclesiastical connection. Like there wasn't anything like that, but they were using that term. And she was coming home with kind of different ideas of what she was going to do to be a faithful member of the church.
Okay. Was the defendant at some of these firesides?
Yes.
Okay. Did Charles go to any of these fireside talks?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And were you invited?
No, I had a discussion with Melanie, and she told me that these were her thing, and she didn't want me to go, and it was very clear that I wasn't welcome to come.
To your memory, who was attending some of these, extra church activities?
Besides Melanie and Lori.
Besides Melanie and Lori.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It sounds like he doesn't have information as to who was there. Any information that he would have gotten would have been hearsay.
I'll sustain that. I think there's inadequate foundation.
Were you aware of who attended some of these events?
Not in the present, but afterwards, yes.
Okay. Did any of the people who later went to those told you they had attended those?
Yeah, I had a conversation with Melanie Gibb later where she told me she went to those.
Okay.
Again, it's hearsay.
And that will be stricken as hearsay, the statement of what another said.
All right. But you weren't allowed to go to these talks?
Correct.
All right. And when you say some of the ideas your wife came back with, did they center around particular topics?
Yeah, the things that were she felt a need to go to the temple every single day, which is a little bit extreme. And like in our faith, we believe in going to the temple, and I think regular attendance can be good. It's something where you go and kind of practice ritualistically, like your faith, and show God that you are trying to keep promises to Him. And so it's a good thing to do, but
is it unusual to go every single day?
Very, and it got even more extreme. Like she would have to go during like our family trips to Disneyland or things like that just were very, very overwhelming. She had to focus on this idea that like the world could end soon, and we had a disagreement about buying $10,000 worth of food storage right away. Things that just seemed extreme.
Okay. And so in this situation, you've been to Christmas, and your wife is participating in these extra religious events. Did that affect the situation between sort of the Boudreaux and the Vallows going into 2019?
Yeah, I guess it got a little bit harder for us.
Why?
Excuse me.
Do you need some water?
Yeah, actually.
Do you mind, Your Honor, if he takes a second?
Not at all. It's there for the witness.
Thanks.
Can you ask me that question again?
In going into 2019, did the situation between the Boudreaux and the Vallows, was it affected by this religious activity or the sort of atmosphere at Christmas?
Yeah, it just kind of got more bizarre. And into 2019, in January we got a call and text messages from Lori and Charles that Lori was accusing him of cheating and infidelity.
Okay. How did you respond to that situation?
Well, it was kind of complicated.
Why?
For me, because initially when all this started happening, I wasn't really, like, I wasn't even aware of it the night that it happened. When I became aware of it, it just seemed odd. There was, it seemed kind of like it just went from 0 to 100 really quick. Like, Lori had removed all the money from their account. She had,
So let me stop you there and break it up. So did that affect the situation with your family?
Yeah, it did. My wife was very adamant that we weren't going to take sides.
And did you respect Melanie's wishes on that?
Yeah, I did my best, yes.
Okay. And did there come a time during this period that you would see Lori in the late winter, early spring of 2019?
I didn't see Lori very much at all, but I did see Charles.
Okay. So how often would you see Charles?
He would bring JJ over to play a couple times. He had JJ. Lori wasn't with JJ at the time. I don't know where she went actually.
So Charles would come over to your house with JJ?
Yeah, and
so what would JJ do at the house?
He would play with Braxton and just kind of get a release. JJ was always very high energy. He had to like lock everything up when he came so that he couldn't get out of the house or get himself into trouble. So it'd be kind of thorough. It was like having a really big kid that doesn't know how to make certain decisions yet. And so it was a lot of work when he'd come over, but you just loved him, so you did it. But so Braxton kind of always knew that his duty was to play with JJ and entertain him and keep him kind of busy, so that he would get into less trouble or get into less things.
Got it. And so did you spend time with Charles when JJ was there?
I did, yeah.
Okay. Let's fast forward to that summer. Did you have occasion to go to a trip or visit your wife's family in Utah?
Yeah, I did. So I after meeting with Charles those couple times and kind of seeing him go through some painful process, I according as I promised Melanie, I kept asking him not to come over and doing my best to help him, but trying to create distance. And so we actually that summer went out and went to Utah to my wife's sister was going to get married, and we were staying at my in-laws' house.
Okay. Did anything unusual happen at your in-laws' house?
Yeah. So this was in June, and to explain it, on June 23rd, my grandfather passed away of a heart attack, and I got a little bit. His health wasn't great, but it was still a surprise, and so on the 25th, my mom called me to tell me about the funeral. And I had this conversation with Melanie where I told her when it was, and she told me she wasn't going to go to the funeral. She didn't want anything to do with it. And it created kind of a
disagreement between you two?
Yeah, a disagreement. And in that process, this what I thought we were arguing about with like her not wanting to go to my grandpa's funeral, not wanting my kids to go, kind of escalated into something completely different. It just kind of cascaded into a bunch of stuff that didn't make any sense and had nothing to do with me or to do with this.
All right. And when you say to do with this, did it lead to some accusations against you?
Yeah. After I took a little break after I felt so emotional about my grandpa. I walked for a while. I came back, and I really wanted to break through and have like a honest conversation with her. So I just came and apologized for my feelings and just told her that I would accept her not go to my grandpa's funeral. And I just begged her to talk to me about what was going on and why things were so hard. And she said that if I was honest, then we could work through things. And she said God had revealed some things to her. And so I just said, let's talk about it. I'm like, what is it? What's between us? And she started out by accusing me of hacking her Aunt Lori's computer.
Had you hacked her Aunt Lori's computer?
No, I don't know anything about hacking, and that was not something I did. It was really illogical, which stuck out to me and frustrated me because I didn't know why it had anything to do with what we were fighting about.
Okay. How did that conversation end?
It escalated some more hours, and then I kept trying to talk through it with her. Eventually, her father got involved, and we talked to him, and she wouldn't talk to him with me, but I talked to him, and she was saying she didn't feel safe with me at the house, and she accused me of being a homosexual, which is another thing that didn't make any sense, but Charles had been telling me previously she was going to say, Lori was going to convince her.
Okay, so she made those various accusations. How did it end?
It ended with her going to sleep and me feeling kind of overwhelmed, and finally I texted Charles and Lori that I was frustrated with them, that I felt like this was on them. And
did you ever hear back from the defendant?
Lori never answered or responded. Charles talked to me.
Okay. Did you, without getting into what somebody told you, what day was this?
June 25th and in past midnight, so into the 26th.
Okay. Did you have additional, and it's 26th of June, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have additional conversations with Charles in the following few days?
I did. I talked to him again after I kind of worked through some stuff with my dad and my ecclesiastical leader, and I went to a counseling session. I called him.
Sorry, you're the best.
Oh, sorry. With my dad, with my ecclesiastical leader, our bishop is what we call him, and then I went to a counseling session, just feeling a little overwhelmed. And then I called Charles that night and talked to him. That was the last time I talked to him, and I felt kind of maybe like he was the only person who knew what I was going through, because he'd gone through all these things earlier, and just told him I was sorry for not being there.
Because you'd kept your distance at your wife's request?
Yeah.
Okay. You said that's the last time you talked to him. You didn't talk to him again before he died?
No.
Okay. After Charles died, did you have contact with the defendant, Lori Vallow?
No.
Okay. After Charles died, did you have contact with JJ and Tylee?
No.
Okay. How did it progress for you in your relationship with your wife? Did you eventually reconcile, or did you divorce?
No, we ended up divorcing.
Okay. When did you divorce?
We did a mediated divorce, so we started the process after I got back from my grandpa's funeral. She left. She just took our car home, so I took my kids and flew home. And when I got home, she let me know that we had to do a mediated divorce. We had to do a divorce, and so that would have been in July. I started going through the process, and so we met. I found a mediator after consulting some people and hearing that would be the lowest conflict way to divorce. I tried to follow through with that, so we went through that process, and that started. I can't say exactly which day, but probably around the 1st of July.
Okay. And then, did you continue working on the divorce and separation through that summer and fall?
I did, yes.
Okay. And where were you living in the end of September and beginning of October of 2019?
At the end of September, I was selling my house, my home that we had bought together. I had moved Melanie to a rental property. And then as soon as I sold my house, I got a rental property as well for the time being, just to try to create some stability, I rented a property right back in where my old ward was, where I had lived before.
Okay. And so how did that situation work out? Were you able to share custody?
I mean, it was complicated. She was just so standoffish, so it was really hard for me to, like, when I was showing the house, we had agreed that I would go see my kids and that I could put them to bed each night, but she wouldn't actually let me in her home. She said she was scared of me. And so I didn't get a lot of time with my kids up until I sold my house, at which time I got my house ready really fast, my new home, so I could have my kids in there. And
did there something occur at the beginning of October of 2019 that affected that situation?
Yeah.
What?
October 2nd, someone parked in front of my house and shot at me.
Okay. What had you done that morning?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevancy. I don't know what this has to do with the case at hand.
May we approach?
Yeah, quick sidebar with counsel on this issue. All right, counsel, there's a ruling under advisement. The court's going to review some previous research and rulings I've made in the case to determine this, so this will be the time we'll use for our mid-afternoon break. We are going to go till 3:30 today, so we'll try to keep this break to around 15 to 20 minutes to allow the jury to break as well, and then we'll come back on the record with additional questioning. So everyone please rise for the jury. All right. All right, thank you. We're going back on the record, case CR 22-211624, State of Idaho versus Lori Noreen Vallow. There's been an objection raised that relates to issues that have previously been brought before the court in motions in limine and motions by the state in regards to 404B evidence. The court finds it appropriate to take up a argument and ruling on the issue at this point outside of the presence of the jurors who have been excused for a mid-afternoon break. So there was an objection raised by the defense. I'd like to hear the response from the state, and then I'll allow a rebuttal argument from the defense before making a ruling.
I'll turn on my microphone. And the court wants a out in public response in front of the witness?
Yes.
Okay. Happy to. Your Honor, the state believes that this is part of a common scheme and plan. The defendant, with her co-conspirators, conspired to cause the death of multiple individuals in her world. She is charged specifically with the death of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. She's charged with conspiracy on those issues. And the state's belief in the electronic evidence, the telephone evidence, the witness testimonies through those people who participated in these conversations clearly establish a conspiracy to remove individuals who were obstacles to her future life together with Chad Daybell, and to remove obstacles to their plan for this life together. The shooting of at and killing of spouses of individuals who were part of this group was part of this common scheme or plan. The financial benefit to Ms. Vallow Daybell's niece at the death of her soon-to-be ex-husband would have helped finance some of the defendant's travels, lives, and movement on in the future. There will be multiple witnesses who discuss that the defendant talked to people that Melanie Boudreau and her money would take care of them, that Melanie Boudreau and her money would help aid the group's plans for the future, and fundamentally it is part of a common scheme or plan. It is far more probative than prejudicial. It is part and parcel. The other piece, just from logic in terms of the law enforcement involvement, the shooting at Mr. Boudreau is what actively got law enforcement paying attention, what actively got law enforcement looking for JJ and Tylee, and it's core to the presentation of many of the law enforcement's assessments of evidence.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Smith. Mr. Thomas, the response from the defense.
Just so that I understand, the state is indicating that this is part of a common scheme or plan, and getting rid of spouses is part of the common scheme or plan. Judge, it seems like this is a stretch at best. We'd ask the court not to allow this evidence in. It doesn't, without further foundation, through all of these other text messages and whatnot. Mr. Boudreau can be called after some of these things come in to testify, but at this point I don't think it's appropriate to allow him to testify about these things without any more foundation.
Your Honor, may I just briefly, this is a chicken or an egg thing. I guarantee you if the state offered those other items, the defense would be saying it's premature because we don't know what happened. And so in reality, we have the witness here. He had a relationship, and the state is abiding by the previous rulings of the court. We brought it to your attention in camera ahead of time. You've given us a ruling in limine, and we are following that ruling.
All right. Well, I do agree it is a chicken and an egg thing, as you mentioned. When looking at this evidence, the court has to consider Rule 404B because it's premised on what may be presented in court. Generally, it's brought up outside the presence of the jury and also in advance of trial. The parties have complied with that procedurally, and so we did have a closed hearing relating to this 404B issue back in February of this year, and on February 22nd the court issued an oral ruling that as a preliminary matter I would allow the evidence or not prohibit the evidence under Rule 404B, and also made findings related specifically to this particular witness and what is alleged to have occurred. I've considered whether or not the order of things should require more foundation before we go into it at this point, but I don't really see a better way other than to admonish and caution the state that at this point I'll permit the 404B evidence to be admitted. However, at this stage of the proceedings, there's not really a record that goes into the common scheme or plan in the detail that you've indicated. However, there was a proffer made by the state at the previous ruling, and again a proffer today that evidence will be forthcoming. So I'll overrule the objection and allow the evidence, but the, I guess, danger for the state there is if sufficient evidence does not come in later to support the allegations that take this outside of 404B, then we may have an issue with the jury having heard this testimony. So the court will rely on the proffers made today and previously in overruling that objection, and I'll allow this line of questioning based on that and my prior finding made at that February 22nd ruling that was briefed and argued by the parties before. So that'll be the court's decision on the evidentiary objection at this point. We'll now bring the jurors in, and just before I do that, I will advise and caution the witness here who, although you've heard a lot of legal argument here, you're still required to just tell only what you know from your own personal experience in answering these questions, and could be subject to further objections if you go outside of that based on anything you heard here in legal argument. So with that in mind, that's the court's ruling at this time. We'll have the jury returned, and then you can continue your examination, Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Boudreau, do you have water up there? Okay.
I'm going to go fast forward through this. I think the jury might be coming in. I'm going to fast forward through this. Of course, as soon as I do, they come in.
All right, please. Yourself ready to ask where you're on?
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, Ms. Smith, you can continue your questioning. I'll remind the witness you're still under oath.
Mr. Boudreau, you were telling us about being shot at on October 2nd of 2019. Do you remember that? All right, let's back up. Where'd you been that morning?
I had my kids, so when we woke up, I got them ready for school. My two older kids were in elementary school, so I dropped them off at their school. My third youngest went to a daycare preschool, and then I dropped my very youngest off at their mom's house, Melanie.
Melanie Boudreau's home?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what did you do after that?
After that, I drove to my gym where I worked out.
And this occurred down in Arizona, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then what did you do after going to the gym? Did you head home?
Yeah, so I left the gym and I drove home. As I was driving home, I lived on the second house in I would make a left-hand turn onto my street, and I was the second house in.
Okay, let me ask you, how long had you lived in that home?
Only a few days. Like I said, I sold my house previously. And in a rush to make sure that I got my kids, that coming weekend, I had just moved everything myself, and then two of my neighbors noticed me moving. I'd just taken.
Let me just stop you there. How long had you lived at that house?
Only a few days.
Okay, and while you were at that, who knew you lived at that house?
Maybe 5 people.
Okay, and who were those 5?
My neighbors who helped me move, and Melanie, who I had to tell.
Okay. So you're heading home that morning, and you turn on the street. What happens next?
As I came around the corner, I noticed there was a Jeep parked right in front of my driveway. My driveway would have been like this, and the Jeep was just parked right directly in front of it. And as I was starting to drive towards it, and I would have had to make a left-hand turn into it, I noticed a few things that stood out to me. The first was that it was...
What were the things that you noticed?
Oh, yeah. I noticed that it was parked really closely, almost touching the van that had been parked there the previous several days. It had a Texas license plate, and the Jeep, it was a Jeep Wrangler, and Wranglers have a tire on the back of them, and there was no tire on this one. Instead, the window was kind of hanging open, but like the little tab things were like sitting on the outside of it.
Okay. So you see those things about the Jeep. What happens next?
As I drove forward, the window came up, and I saw a gun with what looked like a silencer, heard a bang, and my driver's side window shattered. And so my natural reaction, instead of turning left into my driveway, I drove an electric car, so it was very instant, but I just pushed the gas, and it just shot me forward.
Okay. What happened after your window is shot out?
I continued to drive, and when you're in a Tesla, the electric car, you let your foot off the gas, it brakes. And so I remember when I hit it, my phone flew forward. And then as I kind of came around the corner, I remember letting my foot off, and it came back, grabbed my phone, I called 911. I went around the corner, and I parked next to the public pool there for a second. And then I remember as I was talking to the 911 person, I saw the Jeep come around the corner, and I don't know what I was thinking, but I started to try to follow it. And then the person told me that was a bad idea, so I thought it, I'm not 100% sure which, but I went back over, and they instructed me to park in front of my house. So I parked in front of my house, and then police arrived.
Okay. Did you give the police the information on that Jeep?
I did, yes.
Okay. And did you follow up with law enforcement down in Arizona?
Yeah, after.
So thanks. And so now my next question is, did you take any steps after cooperating with law enforcement to identify that Jeep?
I did, yes.
What did you do?
Well, after it took all day to go through, like, once this happened, but after a long amount of time in the process, I had met with a detective and talked to him about just thoughts that I had about what was going on. He was just asking me, trying to get a handle on it. And as I was thinking about that, I realized that Tylee had a Jeep that Charles had bought her with a Texas plate that looked exactly like that. And I knew the VIN number because Charles had given it to me, so I gave that to the police officer, to my detective.
Okay. What color was that Jeep?
It was a grayish green color.
Okay. And did the Jeep you saw had no tire on the back?
Correct.
Okay. Did you take any steps then also to provide it? I'm sorry, you told us you gave the VIN to law enforcement? Forgive me. How did you get that VIN?
Charles had given it to me previously.
Why would he give you a VIN?
I was an insurance agent at the time, and he had given it to me to run insurance across all of their different cars.
Okay. And so you provided that to law enforcement, correct?
I did, yes.
All right. What other steps, if any, did you take to follow up on that Jeep that you believe to be Tylee's Jeep and the shooting at you?
I had called and talked to Adam Cox and Zach Cox because they had also had concerns about everything going on. And
okay, other than talking to somebody, what other steps did you take?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you look at any information on the internet?
About the Jeep?
Or following up on the shooting at you?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I did. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah, after my shooting, I started to have my beliefs about who I thought did it, and I got concerned about the situation. And so I started thinking back to previous stuff that had happened. And I remembered that in these groups there were people who I didn't know, but I remember there was a bunch of emails Charles had sent me. So I went through and reread those.
Okay. And did you see any names in the emails that you were looking at? When you say those groups, you're talking the groups of people that your wife was meeting in these firesides?
Yeah. She was meeting a bunch of people that didn't necessarily said they were members of the church, but didn't have any necessary connection to the church. And in that process, some of them would, write books or do things, and she would get into some of this stuff. And I remember distinctly inside of these groups there was emails that were being sent with a group of them. And so I just went back to look at the emails Charles had sent me from there. And most of them came from Chad Daybell. And since I didn't know who he was, I started Googling his name.
Okay. And in that process of Googling his name, what did you see?
I was just going through some of the things that were there, and I saw on an obituary for a Tammy Daybell.
Okay. And after you saw that, did you take any steps to follow up on what you saw?
Yes. They made me really nervous because Charles...
Let me ask you the question now. What steps did you take?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Because of how I was feeling, my nervousness, I reported it to law enforcement and told them that in my gut something felt wrong, and I just asked them to follow up.
Okay. Now, somewhere in here, did you learn that JJ and Tylee were missing?
Yeah. As things progressed and I came to my opinion about who it was that shot at me, I started to try to be proactive and helping get information, doing whatever I could. And in that process, we found out that no one had seen from Tylee or JJ.
Okay. Your Honor, the state is going to ask the court for the admission of State's Exhibit number 5. It has some additional stickers on it that aren't relevant to this hearing, but the sticker is on the back at State's Exhibit 5, which is a self-authenticating document, which is the birth certificate for Tylee Ryan, showing a date of birth of 9/24/2002. Your Honor, we did not make extra copies of that because it's in an evidence envelope. I certainly can if the court wants.
I've had an opportunity to review that, so. All right, so to be clear, it is marked previously with Exhibit 4 stickers, but this is State's Trial Exhibit 5.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, would you show the witness? Okay. And just for the record, what does that document reflect?
It says Tylee Ryan.
Your Honor, I'm going to object here. I don't think he has personal knowledge of anybody can just read the document.
Well, and I understand the document. First of all, it's not been admitted yet.
Oh, I apologize.
So let's figure out where we are with that.
I apologize. I thought the court had admitted it. The State moved for the admission of State's Exhibit 5.
Any objection?
As to the document being
admitted,
a birth certificate, we have no objection to the fact that it's a birth certificate.
Okay, so Exhibit 5 is admitted. And then you can continue with your questioning now that it's been admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. On State's Exhibit 5, which has been admitted, what's the date of birth listed for Tylee Ryan?
9/24/2002.
Okay. Your Honor, the State also at this time would offer to the court State's Exhibit number 6. I would give an opportunity to both give it to the court and to ask the witness to look at it. Original on top, court copy underneath.
I think again I have the original now.
I think they probably all have stickers, Judge. One should say the word original on it.
Okay, mine does not. So
okay, good.
All
right, thanks. Thank you. May I proceed, Judge?
Yeah, well, again, also this has been offered now but not yet admitted.
Well, I was going to have the witness identify it first, but I wanted to give it to you before we did that.
Go ahead.
Okay. Do you recognize State's Exhibit number 6?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
It's a picture of Tylee from her Instagram.
Okay. And is it true and accurate picture of Tylee in her teenage years?
Yeah.
Okay. Move for the admission of State's Exhibit number 6.
Any objection?
May I volunteer an aid?
You may.
You indicate that this is a photograph of Tylee from her Instagram, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you recognize that?
I'm friends with her on Instagram.
You're friends on Instagram with her?
Yes.
Okay. And you saw this pop up on your Instagram?
Yes, I have.
Okay. You didn't take the photograph?
No, I did not.
Okay. You don't know if it's been photoshopped or, it looks like her, right?
Yes.
But you're not positive that whatever's on the photograph or in the photograph is legitimate. You weren't there when the photograph was taken.
I was not there when this photograph was taken.
Okay. The only objection I have is that it's not an original. We don't know who the photographer is. We don't know if it's been photoshopped. We don't know if it's been altered in any way.
All right, understood. Response?
Your Honor, that's not the foundation for the admissibility. If defense counsel's concerns, they go to the weight, not necessarily the admissibility. This witness has said he is familiar with the person who's in the picture, he's familiar with her Instagram, and he knows whether it's a fair and accurate depiction of Tylee Ryan.
All right, I've considered that objection. I think what we have here is it will be admitted for illustrative purposes in terms of evidentiary value without further foundation about who precisely or when took the picture or where. If we're going beyond that, I'd have concerns, so it is admitted for the purpose of demonstrating who is shown in the picture.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is the machine on? Thank you. Thank you. Is that the picture of Tylee?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you were aware that JJ and Tylee were missing in the fall of 2019, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever learn whether JJ and Tylee had been found?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Where were you when you learned that JJ and Tylee had been found?
I was in my parents' home in their garage.
Okay.
I'm sorry, parents home.
Sorry, just a second. I was in my parents' home in their garage.
Okay. All right. And when you became aware of this issue, did you travel somewhere?
I did. It was the day before my wedding. They weren't certain, so I had my wedding.
Okay.
And then the next day I came up to Rexburg.
Okay, what date was that?
It would have been June 11th.
Okay. Of what year?
Or June. Of 2020.
Okay. What happened once you got in Rexburg?
I drove up. I didn't know why, but I just felt like I should come up, and so I came up, and I met with Larry and Kay and Woodcock, and
did law enforcement ask you to do anything?
Yes, they had asked me if I could identify JJ.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
How did that happen?
I drove to a place where they showed me some pictures of him and asked if I could identify him, and I did.
Okay. And those were images showed you by Rexburg police officers and FBI agents, correct?
Yes.
Okay. One moment, please, Your Honor. I want to ask you a couple of quick questions to make sure I didn't ask confusing questions. To be clear, what date were you shot at?
October 2nd.
Of what year?
2019.
Okay. And then over the next month or so, you did Google searches?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when you saw evidence that Tammy Daybell had died?
I want to say that I saw it on October 21st, maybe. It might have been the 19th. I can't say exactly. It's been a few years since then.
Okay.
I should have reviewed that. I apologize.
Sorry. Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Smith. Mr. Thomas, will you be conducting cross?
Yeah, sure.
All right, you can do so.
Just really quickly, I want to follow up on what Ms. Smith had said. You said on October the 2nd you were shot at, and then over the next few months you did Google searches? Is that what you said?
Over the next few months, there was times I did Google searches. Yes.
And what were those Google searches about?
Well, the one I think she was referring to was I searched for Chad Daybell's name to figure out who he was and try to get more information on him.
Okay. So you and your then wife, Melanie, were having some issues back in 2018, end of 2018, right? Is that right?
Can you define issues?
Well, I mean, at some point you got divorced, right?
Yeah, but in 2018, I wouldn't say that we were at a point where we were looking at divorce.
Okay. When did that happen? When did the divorce thing come up? In early 2019?
No, not until June of 2019 was the first time it was ever mentioned.
June of 2019. Mm-hmm. And that's when you had gone off to a business trip and had come back?
No, I was not on a business trip.
Okay. What was it?
I took my family and we went to her parents' house.
In Arizona?
In Utah.
Your parents' house?
No, my ex's parents live in Utah.
Melanie's
parents live in Utah, and that's where we were staying, was in her parents' home.
Oh, I see. Okay. And at that point, she said something about she had some issues with you, one of them being that she said that she thought that you were homosexual?
Correct.
And what was that based on? Was there any basis to that?
She told me that God had told her.
God had told her that you were homosexual?
Yes.
Okay. It had nothing to do with video that one of your friends had posted on Facebook with you being at the Pink Pony dancing around?
Correct.
Okay. That was something different?
The only thing that happened with that was after a long argument. I asked her to give me some logical reasons because it didn't make any logical sense. And the only thing she could think of was that she had seen a video of me dancing with someone at a Pink Pony Club, which was available to anybody to see on Facebook. It was just public.
And where's the Pink Pony?
Objection, Your Honor. I understand this is cross, but it's getting pretty far afield.
All out at this time. It's proper cross.
It's in Gulf Shores, Alabama.
Okay. And then in, as we indicated, October 2nd, you believe you were shot at, and you believe that the Jeep that held the gun that was shooting at you was a Jeep Wrangler?
Yes.
And you believe that to be Tylee's Jeep Wrangler?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you indicated that you had actually tried to follow that Jeep Wrangler, is that right?
For a few seconds, yes.
Okay. And did you get the license plate?
I was not able to get the license plate.
How far away from the Jeep Wrangler were you?
At that point, I was very far away. It was, I barely saw it. It was over at the corner of the neighborhood, and I was very far in a distant corner. I just saw the Jeep had come around that angle, and it turned right around and went the other way.
So how far away was the shot that you think came from? You think it came from the Jeep Wrangler? How far away was the Jeep Wrangler from your car when the shot was made?
The car was parked probably a little further than the distance of where you're at to me.
Me to you?
Yeah, a little bit further.
30 feet, 20 feet?
Somewhere in there.
Okay. And you indicated that only probably 5 people knew where you had lived at the time?
Yes.
And you don't believe this to be a stray bullet or something other than you're pretty positive that this came from that Jeep?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see a muzzle flash from the Jeep?
I saw what looked like, as I described before, a silencer. But I can't say that I saw the muzzle flash.
And was that in your rear view mirror?
No, it was straight in front of me.
Straight in front of you?
Yeah, I was looking straight at it.
Okay. So you saw a silencer, but you didn't see any type of flash when the shot was taken?
I can't say for certain that I did.
Okay. It's possible that shot came from somewhere else?
No.
Okay. You indicated, and I think counsel for the state and I were both somewhat taken aback when you said that you knew the VIN number of the Jeep, and you indicated that you were the insurance agent on the Jeep?
I was no longer the insurance agent, but I ran it for Charles. He had given me the information.
What do you mean by that?
Well, he wanted me to price shop, so he gave me the VIN number for each of the vehicles that they had.
And when was that?
A few months earlier, maybe around April.
Okay. And he had done that in an email or a text or something like that?
Yeah, it was just in my text.
Okay. Do you have that text still?
I'm not sure if it was a text or if it was an email. Honestly, I'm not sure exactly how I got that VIN, but I know he gave it to me. He may have emailed it.
Go ahead.
I'm not certain which way he gave it to me.
Did you turn that information over to the police or to the prosecutor?
I did, yes.
That email?
No, I turned over all the VIN number to the detective at the time.
And they didn't ask you how you got the VIN number?
It was a long time ago. I can't tell you for certain. I just told him the VIN number.
Okay. You indicate that you were rereading some emails from Charles to yourself at some point. Did you turn those emails over to the prosecutor or to the police?
I did, yes.
Okay. And what were those emails about?
The emails were from Charles to the rest of the family, and then some of them were, in his concerns about what he thought was going on in his relationship with Lori as they went through their breakup. And separately, there were other emails that were kind of his evidence that he was giving us of these groups that she was meeting with.
I'm a little bit confused because you indicate that you were rereading emails. I thought, and maybe this is me, I thought they were from Charles to you, not to his family.
I am part of his family. He sent them to all of us.
Okay, so these were group emails that you were a part of the group email?
Correct.
Oh, I see. Okay. When you found out that they had found the remains of Tylee and JJ, you indicate that you had a wedding on, looks like June the 10th, and then you went up to Rexburg on June the 11th, is that right?
Yes, I believe it was the 11th. Might have been the 12th. I didn't review my notes on that either, so I should have.
Okay. And you indicate that you met with Kay and Larry Woodcock?
I did, yes, that morning.
Did you meet with anybody else?
No, I talked to law enforcement over the phone.
Talked to law enforcement over the phone while you were in Rexburg?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't talk to law enforcement over the phone while you were still in Utah or Arizona or where you were living at the time?
Are you talking about on that specific day?
Yeah. Or the day before, or,
I can't recall specifically if I met with them. I don't think I did, but I might have met with them in person besides the phone call. I did meet with them in person when I looked at the pictures.
Okay. And so then you said that law enforcement asked you if you could identify Tylee and JJ?
Just JJ.
Just JJ. And so what was that conversation like? I mean, they didn't ask somebody like Kay or Larry or somebody who was closer to JJ? Or they just came to you?
I mean, I think I was as close to JJ as Kay and Larry. We were all family. They had initially asked Larry, but it's a pretty overwhelming task to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if it was with his health where it was, if it was something he was up for, so I said I would.
So you were there when they were having the conversation with Kay and Larry about who was going to identify JJ?
I was there after the conversation and talking to them.
Oh, okay. All right. I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Will there be any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, that'll conclude the testimony of this witness then. Thank you, Mr. Boudreau. You can go ahead and step down from the witness box.
Your Honor, quick question. Mr. Boudreau does not live in this. Mr. Boudreau does not live in this state. Is he released from his subpoena?
Any objection?
We're not going to recall him.
Okay.
We don't have any objection.
Very well. You can be released from your subpoena as well then. Thank you for appearing and testifying.
All right, so the word is that opening statements will start tomorrow. So that's the word. So what we have going on here on the left side is the live feed, just in case something weird happens, because it's Lori. You just never know what's going to happen with her. But right now, it seems like multiple sources are saying that the opening statements will be tomorrow. However, we are playing Brandon's testimony during Lori's trial of Tylee and JJ and Tammy. But I'm going to go ahead and read what East Idaho News has been posting. This is from Nate Eaton. So we're just going to go through it. It's basically the morning session. So let's see. I'll just read through it. So 10:11, we are in the courtroom. Lori is at the defense table with her paralegal and attorney. Trina Kay is at the prosecutor's table. 10:13, the public and media are sitting at one side of the courtroom. The other side is empty. Judge Beresky just walked in and is on the bench. 10:15, Brandon Boudreau is here, and with his wife, Kay Woodcock, is also here. So 10:16, so this is where we actually watched this, but I'm going to read it anyway. So Beresky says he ordered MCSO to perform a health evaluation on Lori. MCSO did not find any medical conditions for Lori to miss court. Lori asked the judge if he can seal the response from MCSO, because they were talking about HIPAA. Right now, the only information I have on you is you were assessed, and MCSO sees no clinical reason why court should not proceed. Lori wants to have a sidebar. So sidebar happens. Lori's seated in a regular chair in street clothes. So after the sidebar, Beresky says court will continue depending on how things go. I don't know if I will make the parties do opening statements or not. Well, we have heard that opening statements will indeed be tomorrow, which is Thursday. Although the defendant said she has a headache and was not able to proceed, let's see. She seems to be of sound mind and able to proceed. So they were waiting for 6 jurors to show up. Ibuprofen was mentioned. Somebody said something about ibuprofen. Let's see. Abernathy, who is her counsel, and Lori they're talking at the defense table. She is raising her voice, unclear what she's saying. It sounds like she is crying, sobbing. Lori's going through her papers as her paralegal and other attorney, Pamela Hicks, are chatting off to the side. Jurors are coming in. Judge enters. Here we are again for the third time. Thank you for your patience. Judge tells jurors not to withhold information in order to make it on the jury. Just be honest and candid with your answers. Judge introduces himself and his assistants. He asks jurors to raise their numbers if they think they know him or any member of his staff, and nobody raises their numbers. Trina Kay introduces herself. Judge asks potential jurors if they know any of these people. No one raises their numbers. Judge tells jurors that defendant is representing herself with advisory counsel. He says that is her right. He asks jurors if the fact that she has chosen to represent herself will affect their ability to be fair. No one raises their numbers. Lori introduces herself. My name is Lori Daybell. I have 2 advisory counsel. She speaks very softly. She says the names of her attorneys, paralegal, and her private investigator. Judge asks any jurors if they have looked up anything about this case. None of them raised their numbers. The judge explains about the supplemental juror compensation. They get $40 a day if they are picked. They also get reimbursed for mileage. He says the potential schedule is for today, tomorrow, and Friday, and then all of next week. There's a chance the trial could be finished next week, but if not, then Monday and Tuesday, June 23rd and 24th. Now, we talked about that. The other trial only went Oh, I looked it up. 7 days, I think. Shoot. I looked it up and I forgot already. Doggone it. What was it? You would think that I would remember. Okay, Lori Daybell went 7 days, and then day 8 and day 9, day 10, they deliberated. So 7 days it went, and then it took them another 3 days. So yeah, it's a pretty strong chance. She will not have a defense. Lori doesn't have a defense. So she does not have a defense. So chances are it'll only be a week, I'm thinking. A juror raises her number about, if there's a conflict, she's leaving for a wedding on June 24th. Another lady is unemployed. Another juror has a doctor's appointment on Friday that was set 3 months ago. Another juror wants to look at apartments this Friday. Judge asks if anybody on the jury has financial hardship. One juror is a 1099, won't likely have proper paperwork to get reimbursed. She's a single mom and a nanny. Let's see. Judge says defendant is presumed innocent. Says the defendant is not required to produce any evidence. Judge tells juries they will be asked to evaluate the credibility of the witness. He asks if anybody can disagrees because if it's a testimony by a police officer, no one raises their numbers. Judge asks if there are any law enforcement, if there's anyone that's a law enforcement or are married to or has a close family member. One person does raise his hand, says his uncle is a sheriff in another county. They are close. He asks if that relationship would affect his ability to be fair. He says no. Another juror says his daughter retired a year ago as a homicide officer. Another juror has a brother-in-law who's a retired cop in Chicago. Another juror raises her hand, says she is an intern at a law firm. Let's see. Another juror has an aunt and uncle who are lawyers in a financial firm. She says she can still be fair. Let's see. Judge says no research can be done online. He asks the jurors to look around, see if they recognize anybody else in the pool. Nobody raises their numbers. Ask them to raise their numbers if there's anything he needs to know about why they should not be on the jury. None of them raise their numbers. Judge tells Trina Kay she can do follow-up questioning from the counsel table, so she remains seated. Ms. Kay asks the jurors if because Lori is representing himself, they will hold the state to a higher standard. Nobody raises their numbers. Ms. Kay explains to the jurors they will be told about a crime of conspiracy to commit first degree. Let's see. Is there anyone who thinks that she didn't pull the trigger? And if she didn't pull the trigger, I don't really care. That's not conspiracy. None of them raised their hands. You are going to be told that the victim, Brandon Boudreaux, is not dead, that this conspiracy did not occur and he lived. Is there anyone here who says, well, he didn't die, there could have been a conspiracy to not kill them? Nobody raises their arms. Trina says there will be media coverage in this case and may pop up on their phones. She tells them not to watch or read any of that. Ms. Kay says they will not be able to talk to their family and friends about this and tell them they're on a jury. They all agree that they can deal with that. Ms. Kay says the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or LDS Mormons, will be discussed. So if there anybody has an issue, will there be a problem with that? Nobody raises their hands. Ms. Kay brings up the next point. Because it's become political, she says Brandon was driving a Tesla at the time of his crime. Interesting. So if anyone has a problem with a Tesla or would be associated negatively, would anyone have a problem with that? And she says it's a shame that a car has become politicized, but nobody raises their hand. Ms. Kay says testimony will go out of order and not chronologically. Trials are not like they are on TV. So nobody has an issue with that. So Ms. Kay is done. Lori begins her questioning. So Judge Beresky asks her to pull the microphone closer. She begins by asking them if any of them have seen her before. None of them raise their numbers. She asks jurors if anything is happening in their lives that might distract them from concentrating on their service. Nobody answers their numbers. Nobody raises their numbers. She asked if anyone in the room has ever wanted to be on a jury, like a bucket list thing. None of them raised their arm. She asked, the law says I'm innocent until proven guilty. Is there anyone who disagrees or doesn't understand that concept? None of them raised their arms. She asks if any of the jurors could easily have their minds changed. Judge follows up and asks the pool if there are any of them who easily give up on their convictions. Nobody raises their numbers. At 11:26, and again, this is Pacific time, Lori asks jurors to raise their hands if any of them have any other experience in the courtroom. Wow. Okay. Judge asks jurors to raise their hands if they have any other experience in the courtroom. One man raises his number and says he had a felony DUI 15 years ago. He has had his civil rights restored. Lori asks how that experience might affect him in the case. He says he was at fault and was given due process. He says nothing will affect his ability to be fair. Another juror was involved in a custody dispute about 20 years ago. She says that will not affect her ability to be fair. Let's see. As she proceeds to ask more questions, she is speaking louder and not as feeble. So she's feeling better, right? One juror says he had a DUI and would try to be fair. Lori thanks him for his honesty. Another juror had a misdemeanor DUI over 10 years ago. He said it would not affect his decision in this case. Lori follows up and asks what that experience was like. He says standard process. He did what he was told and got through it. At 11:31, another juror has family court or other proceedings. None of them say, other jurors, I should say, none of them say it will keep them from being fair and impartial. Lori asks if there is anything that will keep jurors from being fair to her. None of them raise their numbers. She asks them, raise your hand if you think someone charged with a crime is automatically guilty no matter what, or has a percentage of guilt no matter what. None of them raise their numbers. Lori asks if any of the jurors own a gun. 14 raise their numbers. She asks if any of them have ever been to a shooting range. 31 of them raise their numbers. She asks if any of them have extensive knowledge about guns. A handful raise their numbers. I'm guessing it says guns. It was a typo, Gunnys. I guess I'm thinking that's just guns. One juror says his father was a professional licensed gunsmith. I very much learned quite a lot about firearms, he says. Lori asks if he frequents the firing range. The man says yes. She asks if knowledge of guns would be an asset to the jury or might distract him. Ms. K objects to that question. Judge asks Lori to rephrase that question. So Lori rephrases the question. Ms. K objects to that. Judge clarifies and says jurors will be given instructions. He asks if they will be able to follow the instructions even if they think they know better. Juror says he can. Another woman raises her hand and says she served in the Iraq War and knows a lot about guns. Lori thanks her for her service. Another lady says she sells firearms at Bass Pro Shops. Lori asks if she goes to the shooting range. She says about once every 6 months. Lori says, thank you, I appreciate that. Next, Lori asks if anyone has a close family member who has ever served on a jury. A few raise their hands. Several jurors share how their mothers, siblings, spouses, children have served on juries in the past. Lori asks how the experience was for each of these potential jurors. None of the jurors say it will affect their ability to serve in this case. Let's see. Next question is Lori asks if there is anything she hasn't asked that might affect their jury service. One guy raises his hand. I've noticed you haven't asked a question if anyone close has ever been convicted or served in a trial at all. Guy says one of his close friends had to go through a parole hearing and he went to court with him. So that's interesting. So a juror asked her, I've noticed you haven't asked a question if anyone close has ever been convicted or served in a trial at all. Right? That's pretty interesting. So next up is the man says he wants to be honest and would have a little bit of bias against the system because they were trying to get his friend back in when he was just trying to assimilate into society. Lori thanks him for his honesty. There's a pause. A juror needs to use the comfort break. Jurors have left the room. He says one of the jurors did not show up today. He texted the court and said that with all the uncertainty, he felt he needed to go back to work. So there was a juror that texted the court and said he had to go back to work. Interesting. All right, several of the jurors who had conflicts are being excused. Ms. Kay agrees to dismissing a juror. Lori does not respond. Judge Beresky says, I'm going to observe the defendant. Her mannerisms appear perfectly normal in front of the jury. Listen to this. Judge Beresky says, I'm going to observe the defendant. Her mannerisms appear perfectly normal in front of the jury, but when the jury is not here, she can no longer speak. Lori does not speak. Did you guys hear that one? So Judge Beresky says, I'm going to observe the defendant. Her mannerisms appear perfectly normal in front of the jury, but when the jury is not here, she can no longer speak. Lori does not speak. So when the jury is there, she's perfectly normal, but as soon as the jury is not, she doesn't speak. Interesting. When Lori does speak, she does not talk into the microphone, and the judge has to ask her to repeat herself. Judge says a batch of jurors will be excused. We will now take a break so the defendant can, quote unquote, rest up. We will resume at 1:30. Judge says jury will be picked today and they will be given their instructions. Opening statements will be tomorrow at 10 a.m. Witnesses will then begin taking the stand at a couple minutes before noon, their time, which would be, it's almost 4:30 here. Judge asks Lori if she has anything else. We can't hear what she is saying. Judge says court resumes at 1:30. All right. So that is, you guys are up to date. That's the most, you're as up to date as I can, get you. All right. He won't take her. Yeah. Yep. He won't take her BS. Right? Lori, yep. Psychosaurus, Michelle says, yep, you got her number for sure. DMB secondist, she's malingering. That's what Therapist You Know said. Therapist You Know said, now that is malingering. Diana, you are welcome. It's almost 1:30 Arizona time. Yep, so they should be starting pretty soon, Abe. So while they do, thank you, OnlyFan, appreciate it. Carol saying thank you as well. Michelle saying thank you. Kate saying you go, Judge Beresky. In your opinion, malingering, yeah. I don't think you're going to get an argument from us. Situationally ill, Brat says. Ill when the jury isn't present, but comes back to life when the judge can see her. Or I'm sorry, when the jurors can see her. Exactly. Lily Wayne, Lori is putting on her show in front of the judge. Someone mentioned revenge against the judge for sustaining all her objections. I saw that. Super Kelly G, Lori, you should have barged in a trash can. Malingering is such a fancy word for lying, I know. Sinbad, I want to pull that one up. Hold on. Malingering 2.0. All right, so while we wait, let's get back to, now I'm going to play, we heard Brandon testifying in Lori's trial in 2023. Now we're going to hear Brandon testifying in Chad's trial, and this is from last year, 2024, May of 2024. So let's go ahead and let me play this for you guys. So this is about an hour and a half as well. So this will get us, let's see here. This will take an hour and a half. This is an hour and 20 minutes. So let's check this out while we wait for more updates. Let's see, go here. Okay.
You can go ahead and step down, and then we'll have another witness called once the state's ready. State's next witness, please.
State would call Brandon Boudreaux.
I swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth.
All right, now the witness has been placed under oath. I'm just going to inquire. The court does have an exclusionary order. In fact, Mr. Boudreau, have you observed any of the trial testimony in this case since it began?
I have not.
All right. Have you talked to anybody else about the testimony they've given in trial?
I have not.
All right, Mr. Wood, then you can proceed with your direct examination.
Thank you, and Your Honor, before I do, I apologize. I should have asked for this from the court earlier. If I could be handed State's Exhibit 9.
Okay, we'll get that to you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Brandon Boudreau. Brandon. Boudreau is Boudreaux.
Mr. Boudreau, are you married?
I am.
Are you on a first or second marriage?
I'm in my second marriage.
I want to ask you a few questions about your first marriage. Who were you married to?
Melanie, she was Cope and then became Boudreau.
And in your marriage with Melanie Boudreau, did you have any children?
I did. I had 4.
And, what are their ages?
14, 10, 8, and 7.
And how long were you married to Melanie Boudreau?
I was married to her for about 10 years.
All right. And you mentioned earlier that her maiden name was Cope?
It was, yes.
And are you aware of her current last name?
Pulowski.
Okay. What year did you marry Melanie?
2008.
And during that time, did you have occasion to meet her family?
Yes, I did.
I want to specifically ask about, did you meet the Cox family?
Yes, I did.
And who were they in relation to Melanie Boudreau?
They would have been her birth mom's family, extended family.
And who in that family did you meet?
I met Janice and Barry Cox, Adam Cox, Summer Shiflett, Lori Vallow, and Alex Cox.
And so what was Lori Vallow's relation to Melanie Boudreau?
She would have been Melanie's aunt.
Okay. And what was Alex Cox's relationship to her?
He would have been her uncle.
So they were your aunt and uncle-in-law?
Yeah.
Did you spend much time with Melanie's family?
Yeah, we spent a lot of time together.
In what capacity would you spend time with them?
We spent holidays together. When they lived close to us, we probably see each other once a month. When they were more distant, we would travel to each other's houses and stay for a week or two at a time. And then we do trips together. We went to Disneyland a lot together.
And I asked that kind of broadly about her family. Did you have occasion to spend much time with Lori Vallow and Charles Vallow?
That Lori and her kids and my kids, we would go to Disneyland a lot. We would hang out a lot. We did a lot of things together. It was just kind of part of our lives.
Okay. And I said Charles Vallow at that time. Was Lori Vallow married to Charles Vallow?
Yes.
And how well did you get to know Lori and Charles?
I would say pretty well, very well.
And you mentioned your family spent time together. You said you went to Disneyland?
Yeah.
And would you spend holidays together?
Yeah, often.
Would your children spend time with her children?
Yeah, my son Braxton was very good friends with JJ. They kind of bonded, and my daughter as well. Right.
And how old was Braxton as compared to JJ?
He's a couple years older.
And were you aware that JJ had some special needs?
Yeah. JJ had autism. Everybody who was around him, it was easy to tell. Early on, when he was younger, he was nonverbal for a while, and so he had like all this energy, but he didn't know how to use it. So you just had to be prepared for that. You set your house up for it when he'd come over to our house, or when you went to Lori and Charles. They spent a lot of time making sure that it was a safe place for him, and that everything was kind of handled for that. And then as he got older, he started learning how to talk, and he could say things. And similarly, he would rephrase things over and over. When he wanted to play with my son, he'd always say, go to Braxy, and he called my daughter Fridays instead of Bridie. So Braxy and Fridays, Braxy and Fridays. But
and so you said Braxton was a good playmate for JJ.
Yeah.
Did your family spend time with Tylee Ryan?
Yeah.
Tell me about your relationship with Tylee Ryan.
She's a good girl. She was, I knew her from when she was little, and then all the way up into being a teenager. And so she was a normal teenager. She had her moments where she just wanted to sleep in late and no one to bug her, watch too much Netflix, and other times where she'd open up and she was sweet, and you got to know the real Tylee. So you got a little bit of both.
And did she interact with your children as well?
She did, yeah. Often would babysit them, or she was a little older than my kids, so she would naturally be kind of more of a, she had good motherly instincts, with them.
Did you ever observe Tylee with JJ?
Yeah, she was very protective of him.
And did you know Colby Ryan?
Yeah, I do.
Speaking of Tylee, did you yourself have any special sort of religious connection to Tylee Ryan?
I did. I baptized her.
Okay. And when you baptized her, what church was that in?
In the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
And so to your knowledge, Tylee and her family were members of that church?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about Melanie Boudreau and Lori Vallow. Did you have occasion to observe their relationship?
Yes, I did.
And was that over a span of years?
Yes.
What was that relationship like?
Melanie's mom died when she was young, and she had an awesome stepmom, but I think she also looked a lot to Lori as a mother figure. So she, in our marriage, at least, she was very easily influenced by wanting to do things. That's why we went always to Disneyland with Lori. It was just kind of, she always wanted to be like Lori and spent a lot of time looking for her acceptance.
And you testified that you indeed spent a lot of time with them.
Yes.
Did you know Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Did you have a relationship with Charles Vallow?
Yeah, we had a really good relationship.
Tell us about that. What made that a good relationship?
We just had similar personalities. I think both of us, we loved what we did for work. We loved owning businesses and selling. And he was very much a producer mentality type of a person. And besides that, I think we both
we both loved our faith and had a lot of gratitude that we had. I think of us spending time just talking about how grateful we were to have our families and be in a position where we were in life.
And you said you had some common ground in business. What did you do?
I worked I built a direct TV sales organization, and he did life insurance.
And you'd mentioned traveling to each other's homes. Where did that happen?
It depended throughout, that 10 years is a long time. And so they moved, they never owned their houses. They rented, and they moved a little bit more often. And so they lived in Hawaii for parts of the time, and we would travel out to Hawaii to see them. Other times they lived blocks from us in Arizona. I lived in Arizona throughout that whole time.
Okay. And would they sometimes stay at your house when they came back from Hawaii?
Yes, yeah. When I was first married, Lori actually came up and stayed with us in Utah as well when I had a place there.
And yeah, I believe you mentioned that you would spend holidays together sometimes.
Yeah, often like Christmas, Thanksgiving, major holidays, we'd end up meeting at somebody's house and doing it together.
Do you recall the last Christmas that your family, the Boudreaux family, and the Charles and Lori Vallow family spent together?
Yeah, it would have been 2018.
And was that a typical Christmas?
No, it was different.
Why was it different?
In 2018, our families were changing. That particular Christmas, I wasn't as aware of everything that was going on. But when we went there, when you spend that much time together all the time, you don't have to say anything. You just know from each other's body language. And when you show up places, when you do things, it's just, you always feel welcome. You feel loved. You feel close. It's like you can pick up right where you left off. And that Christmas, when I was over at Lori's house, there just felt like a lot of distance. There was, and usually just the family. It was just like the Coxes and the Boudreaux. And that Christmas, there was someone named Melanie Gibb who was there who, she was a stranger to me. So it was kind of different to have a stranger at Christmas. And there was really not very much conversation with me, and a lot less focus on my kids and the kids that Christmas.
So when you say less focus from who?
From Lori.
And how was her interaction with you and your family different than before?
Yeah, Lori was pretty doting. When my kids would come over, she would make them feel loved. She would just try to spoil them with presents and attention, and that was kind of her way of letting people know that she noticed them, and that didn't happen that Christmas.
So it was markedly different.
Yeah.
Did you observe Lori and your wife Melanie at that party?
Yes.
Do you recall what their interaction was?
I remember leaving afterwards and talking to my wife about how it felt different, because it felt so different, and her telling me that nothing felt different at all. So I would say that she felt like it was fine and normal, and it didn't seem to her like it did to me.
Okay. Around this time, were you and your wife active in your church?
Yes.
And when I say active in your church, did you regularly attend church meetings?
Yeah, usually every Sunday, unless there's something going on.
And had your family and the Charles and Lori Vallow family, had you ever shared religious activities with them?
Yeah, like I said, I baptized Tylee. We talked about church openly amongst us.
Around that time, so we're talking about the end of 2018, did your wife's activity in religious events change?
Yeah, in the fall of 2018, earlier in my marriage, she just didn't love going to church. It wasn't her thing. I liked going to church, so I was kind of the advocate. I would push a little more. But in the fall of 2018, she got very excited about religion and going to church, and she started talking about how she set this goal that she was going to go to the temple every single day.
Okay. And so around the fall of 2018, her attitudes appeared to change.
Yes.
And you said she wanted to go to the temple every day. What did you think of that?
In our faith, it's going to the temple is definitely something that's important to us. It's a way to kind of to go through a process to remind yourself of promises that you make to God. It's kind of ritualistic, but for me, it's a great thing to do in moderation. You know, I might go once a month, and I think that's kind of a normal thing for a person. If they set a goal, they go once a month and just kind of remember, hey, I committed to God to give my life to certain principles. But when it's pretty rare for someone to go every day, it's a lot, especially for a mom with kids at home and a lot of other things that we had as responsibilities. And so it was surprising, I think would probably be the right word. But also for me at the time, I wanted to be supportive. I wanted to show that, you know, I could meet her where she was and help her try to figure things out.
And just for clarity's purpose, in your faith, is going to the temple the same thing as going to church? What most people think of as going to church?
No.
What's the difference?
Going to the temple is something we do once for ourselves. That very first time to make promises to God. It's like being baptized. You know, we go once for ourselves. We make promises to God. And then each time you go afterwards, you do it for someone who's passed on, but it's something that's kind of viewed, like I said, it's maybe a once a month thing, or I mean, going regularly is healthy, and I think a good part of anybody who wants to find a rhythm for their religion. But going every day would maybe be something somebody did if they were retired and they just had nothing else to do.
But going to the temple is not your regular Sunday services.
No, we go to a regular Sunday service every Sunday at a church building.
Thank you to clarify that. And so this was, I think you said in the fall of 2018 that these changes started taking place.
Yes.
In addition to this daily temple attendance, what else changed in your wife's religious demeanor or attitude?
You know, at that time, she started going to these things that she was calling firesides, but weren't things that I would call a fireside.
Okay, so let's clarify that. In your church, if someone says fireside, what do you normally think of?
So inside of our faith, there's a leader of like a group of we call it a ward, so like a group of people who live in a certain geographic area. And so inside your ward, that leader's name is a bishop, and him or one of the other people, like the counselors in the leadership group, at times they might, besides going to church on Sunday, they might set up a meeting that they think might lift us up or encourage us spiritually, and it might be outside the normal times you go. And so they usually do them in the evenings, and they call them firesides. That's something that, you know, you get together, it's under the direction of the church, and ideally it's uplifting. It's something that's going to bring you closer to, you know, your commitments you made when you're baptized to try to follow the Savior.
Okay, and you said that Melanie Boudreau, and there's multiple Melanies in this case, so I'm going to keep referring to her as Melanie Boudreau, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's fine.
And so Melanie Boudreau, she started going to what I believe you testified, what she called firesides, correct?
Correct.
And were these different than what you would normally call a fireside?
Yeah, so I kind of just described what I think of as a fireside, but she was just going to people's houses, and they were doing meetings that weren't under direction of anybody from the church. And oftentimes they were focused on things that aren't things we talk about normally in church. Some of them were just.
What kind of things?
I mean, I didn't go to them, so I can't say what exactly was talked about, but I can share what came back from them, which was what made me concerned. She came home one time and wanted to get like $10,000 worth of food storage all at once because she was really concerned about the end of the end of times coming, the end of the world coming. And it just didn't seem very practical to me, and then there was other focuses that she would come home with. She had a fascination with like Jesus Christ and did he have a family and why was James's name the beloved? A lot of early Christian, early church things. And so I would share perspective, but I was also I kind of tried to share with her my perspective on. I served a mission for my church for a couple of years, and I saw some people who fell away from it, and I shared something that I had noticed in that process that those people got really focused on not the core of believing in finding faith in Jesus Christ, but they got focused on things that were really far away from that, and it led to them falling away from the core of their faith.
And you said that you never attended any of these, can I use the phrase alternative firesides?
Yeah, that's fine. No, I did not attend any of them.
Did you ever attempt to?
I did ask if I could, mostly because I wanted to see what was going on in there so I could give her better perspective, but she let me know I wasn't welcome at them.
So she didn't let you go with her?
Yeah, she told me I wasn't welcome to come.
Do you know if Lori Vallow was at any of those firesides?
Yeah, I do. She was the one who invited her to them initially.
Okay. So coming back to winter of 2018, if it's fair to say that your testimony, your wife's religious fervor has changed, and you had this awkward Christmas party. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did the situation, and you testified that your relationship between the Chad and Lori family and your family was close. Did the situation between your family and Charles and Lori's family change around that time?
A little bit after. Right after, in the new year, beginning of the new year, there was a period where Lori, she did send a message to the family telling them that her accusation was Charles was cheating on her, and that because of this, she locked. She took all the money out of their bank account. She stole Charles's truck, changed the locks on their house. It was very irrational to me.
And when was this?
It would have been like the end of January of 2019.
And how did you respond to that situation?
Initially I didn't even know about it. I think she called everybody, but my phone was blocked from Charles, so I couldn't hear from him at all. I found out later that Melanie must have blocked him in my phone, but
just to be clear, Charles Vallow's contact was blocked on your phone?
Yes, and I didn't do it. And the only other person who had access was my wife.
Okay. And so you were talking about how you reacted to this situation of, I guess you could say, a breakup between Lori and Charles.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one when you're that close with people, and everybody in the family kind of got drug in and involved in it because it was messy. As far as like Charles really didn't want it to happen. He wasn't looking for it. He was trying to make sure it didn't happen. He was sending us as a group regular emails to try to contact us and work through it and try to communicate, because Lori just kind of cut him off after all that. She just stopped talking to him. She actually left him with JJ and just disappeared for a while.
Do you know where she went?
I don't.
Right. But she didn't take JJ with her?
No.
Do you know how old JJ was at the time?
I can't remember right now. It's been a long time.
But he was still a young child.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't leave JJ. JJ had to be watched all the time. You couldn't leave him alone. He was, when you're watching JJ, it's your whole life. Like, you have to plan everything around it. I mean, just for him to come visit, you have to plan everything around it.
And you stated that the whole family got drug in. Did your wife take a position on taking a side?
Yeah, when it happened, I wanted us to not take a side, and divorces are just messy, like there's nothing anybody can do about, like, when you've been together for a long time and you're trying to separate both emotionally, gonna have a hard time going through the process. And so my encouragement was that we didn't pick a side, and we just loved them both, and then made sure that the kids knew that they had somewhere where they could be safe, and our house could be that. But Melanie just kept saying how she was uncomfortable with Charles, and she didn't.
Microphone, please.
We're getting into some hearsay, and Judge, I've been patient, but the narrative is getting a little lengthy now, so I'm going to object on narrative and hearsay at this point.
Sustained.
Okay. Did Melanie Boudreaux demand that your family take a side?
Objection, hearsay.
That's a request, Your Honor. A request is not hearsay.
That is overruled. You can answer.
Yes, she did.
Okay. And did you respect Melanie's wishes on that?
I did my best.
And was that because she was your wife?
Yeah, I wanted to stay married. It was really important to me.
And so we've kind of moved on now to the beginning of 2019. Is that accurate to say?
Yes.
In these events that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Did you see Lori Vallow much in early of 2019?
Not at all.
Okay. And I believe, I don't want to misstate what you said. It was your understanding that she had left.
Yeah, I don't know where, because I didn't have any contact, and it didn't seem like anyone else did. But
all right. Did you see Charles Vallow at all during that time?
I did a few times. We would agree for JJ to come over, play with my kids, and so he would come over.
Okay. And Lori was never with him?
Never.
And was she with JJ?
No.
But Charles would come over and bring JJ to the house?
Yeah.
And what would JJ do at your house?
He would just come play with my son. He would, they play video games as long as he could keep his attention on it. Sometimes he just bounce from one thing to another and be all over the house. Braxton would kind of keep his eye on him and play with him. He knew JJ was special, and so he kind of kept that assignment. Before JJ came over, you'd prep. We put like little stoppers on the top of all the doors out or whatever to make sure he would try to sneak outside, and then it was, he's so fast that you had to be prepared. So you'd pre-plan some of that stuff before he came over, make sure it was ready for him. And then, but Braxton would kind of keep his eye on him, and I would usually at that time, I'd sit and talk to Charles.
Okay. What What would you speak with Charles about?
I mean, you can imagine someone going through a divorce they didn't want to go through. He was pretty, I don't know what the right words are, distraught, sad, overwhelmed. It was a lot for him.
Are you aware if at any time there was an attempt at reconciliation between Charles and Lori?
Yeah, I think Charles tried to reconcile. I actually think he stopped at the divorce. He always said that he was going to make it work.
Sustain.
I'm going to move forward to the summer of 2019. Did you have an occasion to take a trip to your in-laws' house?
I did, yeah.
And do you recall when that was?
It would have been in June of 2018.
Do you recall the exact date or approximately when in June?
The week of June, like 23rd, 25th, something like that.
What was your purpose for going to your in-laws?
My wife's younger sister was getting married.
And while you were there, did anything out of the ordinary happen?
Yes.
What was that?
A few things, but the first thing that happened is my grandfather died of a heart attack.
And were you expecting that?
No.
And so you're at your wife's family's house when you got the news?
I was actually with my parents. We took my family, went to, decided to go to church with my mom and my dad, which is they still live in the same place where I had left for my mission on. And we were actually just sitting in the pews right before church started. And my dad got a phone call, and he never gets up and takes his phone calls in church. So he got up and he left. And he came back and he waved us all out. Said,
Your Honor, I apologize.
Go ahead. It's sustain us, you're saying.
It's just some foundation, so I can move on at this point.
Very well.
Did you have any conversations about your grandfather's death with your wife, Melanie?
yes. After he passed away, I waited a day or two. My mom called me to tell me when the funeral was, and I told her that when it was and that I wanted us all to go, and she told me she wasn't going to go.
Sustained, and I'll strike that final part of the response of what was said.
All right. At this point, were you still at your in-laws' home?
Yes.
And did you have a disagreement with your wife over whether or not to attend your grandfather's funeral?
Yes.
Did you want to go to your father's funeral? Your grandfather's funeral?
Overruled. You can continue, Mr. Wood.
Yes, I wanted to go to my grandfather's funeral, and I wanted my family to.
While you were having this discussion with your wife, did that escalate into any other type of conversation?
Yes. It escalated into a conversation and an argument that didn't make any sense to me.
What was it about?
Well, she started bringing Lori into this argument, which had nothing to do with what we were talking about. She said that God had...
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It's hearsay.
You're right.
Response, Mr. Wood.
Your Honor, I believe it comes in for the effect on the listener, not for the truth of the matter.
Well, I think just the specific statements are hearsay beyond that, so I'll sustain the objection.
All right. Without saying the words your wife used, what was the context of that conversation?
We had an argument about whether or not I hacked Lori Vallow's computer.
Did your wife accuse you of hacking Lori Vallow's computer?
Yes.
Did she request that you admit that you hacked into her computer?
Yes, she said that I had to.
Judge, I'm going to object again.
Your Honor,
Sustained.
Your Honor, if I might briefly argue, a request is not hearsay.
Well, a request, if it's calling for specific statements of the party not here for cross, would be hearsay. So I'm not saying you can't answer, but in terms of specifically what was said, that's where the ruling stands.
All right. Thank you. So that accusation was made.
Yes.
What was your reaction to that?
I just felt really frustrated. I had no idea why we were even talking about it. It had nothing to do with what I was trying to get through to her and what I was trying to talk about. It was like this thing that didn't make any sense to me.
Without going into any specific statements, did Melanie Boudreau provide any context for why she thought you'd hacked into Lori Vallow's computer?
Judge, it's going to call for hearsay.
Overruled.
Can you ask that question one more time?
Yeah. Without providing any of the statements she said, did Melanie Boudreau provide any context for why she thought or why she was accusing you of hacking into Lori Vallow's computer?
Can you ask that one more time? I want to answer it properly.
Sorry, it's probably complicated.
Yeah.
Was there any reason given why she thought you had hacked into Lori Vallow's computer?
Judge, response calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
No.
Just a bare accusation.
Yeah.
To be clear, Mr. Boudreau, did you ever hack into Lori Vallow's computer?
No.
Did, in this conversation, did Melanie Boudreau inform you of anything that God had revealed to her?
Judge,
in relation to this divorce?
Judge, I'm going to object. This is leading.
On leading, that's overruled.
Yeah, the argument continued to progress, and I guess she actually specifically said that God had told her.
Judge, I'm going to object. It's hearsay.
It is hearsay.
Your Honor, that this statement is not coming in for the truth of the matter. It's just simply to show the argument and the effect on the listener.
All right. And again, for that purpose, it's not hearsay, but any specific statements where they're not subject to cross, I'm finding are hearsay.
Yeah. Without saying the specific statement she said, what did she accuse you of?
Of being gay and of hacking her Aunt Lori's computer.
What was your response to those accusations?
I mean, all of the emotions you would think you'd feel after 10 years married to somebody. Disappointment, frustration, a lot of grief, a lot of grief.
Did you have any idea that she would make an accusation of homosexuality against you?
No. I mean, I had a thought that it might happen because of something Charles had said, but no, I never would have believed it.
So you have, is it fair to call it an argument?
Yeah.
How did it end?
Yeah, I mean, it took a long time. It started in the afternoon. It went past midnight, and she went to bed. I just stayed up troubled all night.
Okay. Did you send a text to Charles and Lori that night?
I did. I was really frustrated about this whole thing being involved in my relationship with my wife. So I sent it.
It's becoming a narrative. It's non-responsive. Overruled.
So I sent a text to Charles and Lori both, telling them that if my family was broken up and my marriage ruined, it was on them.
Did you ever hear from Lori in response to that?
No.
Yeah. Did you hear from Charles in response to that?
I did.
When approximately was that?
A little bit later, a lot was going on at that time, so I couldn't say like a specific time, but I ended up talking to him on the phone.
Would you say this? Is it fair to say we're still in the late June?
Yeah, it was like the next day, probably at like in the evening.
Right. And what was that conversation like?
He just apologized for.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It's calling for hearsay. Sustain.
What did you say to Charles?
I just apologized to him. Told him I was really sorry about not being there more for him, because now I was feeling like I know he must have felt. And he just, he was really gracious.
Was that the last time you spoke with Charles Vallow?
It was.
After Charles Vallow died, did you have any contact with Lori Vallow?
No, I did not.
After Charles died, did you have any contact with JJ Vallow?
No, I did not.
And after Charles died, did you have any contact with Tylee Ryan?
No, I did not.
After Charles Vallow died, what happened with your relationship with your wife?
Oh, we got divorced.
When did that happen, approximately?
We started the divorce right after my grandfather's funeral, but it takes a little while. So we got a mediator right after and signed all the documents. And I moved her into a rental house, and then I think it finalized in October.
Okay. In that process, was there any the home that you and Melanie lived in, did you sell it?
I did.
And did she move to another location?
She did. I helped her get a rental home.
Right. And did you move to another location?
I did. I ended up getting a rental home as well.
Approximately when did you get that rental home?
I got it. I found out the house was sold like the end of September. It looked like it was going to sell. And so I went and found a rental home at that time.
All right. And where was, don't go into specifics of neighborhoods, but what city was this in?
Gilbert, Arizona.
Okay. And is that where you had been living the last several years?
Yeah, I moved back.
And so did you located a property that, was it close to the home that you and Melanie had been living in?
Yes.
And why was that?
I wanted to make sure my kids had stability. I was really worried about all of the changes.
And were you sharing custody with Melanie at this time?
I was.
What was the situation between you and Melanie like at this point, at the end of September, beginning of October of 2019?
It had changed quite a bit. since June, she just stopped talking to me. We could text, but barely. There was no connection anymore, and she's very cold to me.
At this point, did you know where Lori Vallow was?
No.
Is it fair to say that probably wasn't the first thing on your mind?
Yeah.
But you hadn't heard from her?
No.
And you hadn't heard from Tylee or JJ?
No.
So we've been speaking about this, your situation with your wife, Melanie Boudreau, at the end of September, beginning of October. Did anything happen at the beginning of October of 2019 that affected that situation?
Yes.
What was that?
On October 2nd of 2019, someone parked in front of my house and shot at me and tried to kill me.
Okay. Let's talk about that. October 2nd, you said?
Yes.
Let's go to the kind of the beginning of the day. How did your day start?
I woke up. I had all my kids at my house, so I got them ready for school, and then I got them out the door. We did our normal stuff: breakfast, prayer, and then I dropped the older two at school, and the younger one, the second youngest, at a preschool, and then I dropped my youngest at Melanie's house.
After you dropped your kids off, where did you go next?
Then I went to the gym.
Okay. This is all in that same area, Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes.
And after the gym, where did you go?
Then I drove back to my house, and as I was driving around, my house is a couple of houses in on the street, so I made a left in onto the street. And as I was driving, I noticed a few things. My house, the driveway, there was like a Jeep parked right on the edge of it, where I would normally turn in, and there was nothing parked there usually. I'd only been there for a few days, but so far it was always, there was this van there, and like the Jeep was parked with its like bumper basically on the van. And it just looked at that place. It had a Texas license plate. There was no tire on the back of the Jeep. And you know how when you open and close a Jeep, there's like little tabs on the window. Those were sitting on the outside of it. So it just looked awkward, just was awkward enough that I noticed it right as I turned around the corner.
Okay. So you noticed the Jeep.
Mm-hmm.
Did you notice anybody inside of it?
I couldn't tell if there was anybody inside of it. This all happened in such, imagine coming around a corner, driving a couple house lengths. So it all happened very quickly. And then the window opened up, and I saw a gun and a silencer. And I would my window shattered. I heard a bang, all kind of in the same amount of time. And my immediate thought was just, I'm getting shot at. And I, instead of turning my wheel and into my driveway, I just pushed the gas and drove straight forward.
What happened after that?
I drove to where my street ended, and there was a turn, and kind of as I came up to that part, I remember grabbing my phone, calling 911. Talking to the operator, I went and pulled a little bit around, and there was like a little community pool there, and I kind of parked in front of it for a second. And there's like a loop between my street and the street above me, and I remember I could see on that loop, I saw that Jeep start to come around the corner, and then it did a U-turn and went the other way, and I think I started to follow it at first, and then I think
Were you on the phone with 911 during this time?
Yes, yeah, the whole time I was talking to an operator.
And you just said, if I understand correctly, that you started following the Jeep.
Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking at the moment, but
did you notify 911 that that's what you were doing?
Yeah, and they I believe they told me to pull around and park in front of my house. So I did, and then they told me to wait for police, and they came shortly thereafter.
Okay. I believe you testified, correct me if I'm wrong, that you had only been in this house for a few days.
Yes.
How many people had you told that you were in this house?
Almost nobody. It would happen very quickly because I wasn't supposed to be able to get my kids as soon as I was, but my wife had agreed to let me have them sooner. And so I had moved everything out of the house that was selling to get them in so I could have them for that weekend with me in my house because I would do anything to keep my kids with me.
So when Melanie Boudreau, you were there, had you told anybody else?
So I had to tell her when I got the place. I hadn't told anybody else, but my neighbors had seen me moving and they helped me move. So they knew where I was, just the ones that lived by me there.
So had you told any other friends and family yet this was your new residence?
Just hadn't had time to tell anybody yet. It was so quick, and then I had my kids.
So did law enforcement show up?
Yes.
And did you notify them of what had happened?
Yeah, I told them everything that I could.
And when you said your window had shattered, is that your driver's side front window?
Yes, the bullet had lodged up in like the door frame, which I didn't know in the moment, but later you could see where it had hit, and it was just right above like where my head would be.
Right. And did you describe the Jeep to law enforcement?
Yes.
And did you follow up with law enforcement after that?
Yes. When you go through something like that, you spend all day. It feels like with law enforcement, it takes a really long time. So at some point, like a detective came over and I talked to him, and then later, as I was thinking through everything and talking with other people that were close to it, I realized that I felt really confident that the Jeep was Tylee's Jeep.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Were you aware that Tylee Ryan had a Jeep?
Yes.
Did you know how long she'd had it?
Charles got it for her during all of this, when he was in Texas, he'd gotten our Jeep.
So when he was in Texas, was that in 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And you had seen that Jeep?
Yes.
Right. And so I don't want to put words in your mouth. Your testimony is that as you reflected on it, you thought more and more that this was Tylee's Jeep.
Yeah, I think I might have called Zach Cox and talked to him too, and he might have had the same thought, and we both were just like, "That's got to be the Jeep."
Who is Zach Cox?
Adam Cox, Lori's brother. It's his son. He had lived with Lori and Charles for a period of time, and with me. He's 18, 19 at the time, so he just kind of out on his own. He was working for me. I had given him a job.
Did you take any other steps to identify that Jeep?
Yeah, I was an insurance agent at the time, and previously Charles had given us the VIN number, and so I just gave that VIN number to law enforcement.
Okay. And okay, so you have the VIN number for Tylee Ryan's Jeep?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's the number you provided to law enforcement?
Yeah.
And just to be clear, you had that because you were insuring that Jeep?
I didn't end up insuring it. He had just given us all the information, Charles had.
Okay.
So.
Your Honor, I don't know what time the court wants to take the mid-morning break.
This is probably about good time to do it, Mr. Wood.
Okay.
All right, we're back on the record on CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell, continuing direct examination of Mr. Boudreau, who's still under oath for testimony. I'll remind the witness, the jurors have returned, and Mr. Wood, you can continue with your direct.
Thank you. Mr. Boudreau, when we left off, we were discussing an incident on October 2nd. And again, I don't want to put words in your mouth. It sounds like you had testified you had come to some opinion as to which Jeep was involved. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you provided the VIN number of Tylee Ryan's Jeep to law enforcement?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask State be allowed to publish State's Exhibit 9A.
That's previously admitted, correct?
Yes.
Yes, you may publish it.
Mr. Boudreau, do you recognize that vehicle?
Yes.
Do you know who that vehicle belonged to?
We called it Tylee's Jeep. I believe it was Charles's. I think he's the one who bought it.
But you were aware that Tylee Ryan drove that Jeep?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the Jeep that you saw on the morning of October 2nd, 2019?
Yes.
So as you provided that VIN to law enforcement, did you do anything else in regards to that shooting?
That day or when specifically?
Well, let's start with that day. Did you do anything else? Or let me ask this, strike what I just said. When approximately did you give law enforcement the VIN number for Tylee Ryan's Jeep?
That day.
Okay. And did you take any other steps or did you provide any other information to law enforcement?
I just shared with them who I thought did it and why.
All right. At any point after that first day, did you do anything else looking into the shooting that took place?
Yes.
What did you do?
After you go through something like that, it was pretty traumatic. It took me a little bit to realize that that a resolution wasn't just going to come really quick. Like the police weren't just going to arrest someone, a day or two later, and and then it would all be resolved. So I started trying to figure out things I could do to help assist law enforcement into finding who shot at me. That included hiring a private investigator, going back through any information I had, like old emails, the ones that Charles had sent me.
Okay, so let's talk about that. You said Charles had sent you some emails. When had Charles sent you emails?
He sent me emails. So when he and Lori were going through the divorce, he was sending out emails to the family with things he was concerned about, because he was very concerned about her mental health, and with things that pertain to this belief set that she was building.
Okay. And so that was during the period that Charles and Lori were separated. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And were you the only recipient of those emails?
No, he sent it to all of our family. So any of us who he considered family. So like Janice, Barry, Zach, Adam, all of us.
Right. And so it's your testimony, you started going back through those emails?
I did, yes.
And what was the purpose of that?
I thought maybe if I knew more about what these beliefs were, that now apparently to me it seemed my wife had and Lori had, that I could maybe I could try to figure out more of what was going on, because everything was so bizarre.
And these emails that Charles sent, what was the nature of these emails? Was it a narrative that he was speaking about?
Well, in them I found that a lot of the stuff was being sent by a Chad Daybell, who I didn't know.
Okay. And when you say stuff, what type of stuff?
There was like these documents that talked about like light and dark spirits, and it was like rating my family, like myself, and then my extended family, like Lori's family and things like that. There was invitations to some of these firesides and stuff like that, and information about them that I didn't consider firesides, things like that.
Okay. And did you provide those emails to law enforcement?
I did, yeah.
And was Did you see your own name written in those emails
I did.
with some type of? Did you understand what that was? Like you said, some type of rating. How did you know it
Judge,
was?
I'm going to object. This is becoming leading, and we haven't had a sufficient foundation to tell us what emails, date, time, place, year.
It's sustained as leading.
Okay. You had testified that you saw your name.
Yes.
Was there anything written next to your name?
At a letter D.
Okay. After you provided those emails to law enforcement, did you do anything else?
I wanted to figure out more, so I got into Google and searched for Chad Daybell because I didn't know him. So I wanted to see more information about this person that was sending the information.
Right. And what did you find?
When I typed his name in, an obituary popped up for a Tammy Daybell, and something inside of me was just shocked. I was just.
Did you provide that information to law enforcement?
I did, yes. I called up my detective, Ryan Pillar, at the time, and I texted him.
So just to clarify, you said my detective. Was that your private investigator or a detective, law enforcement detective?
Sorry. Yes, he was the detective at Gilbert at the time that was assigned to my case.
Right. As this process went on, did you ever learn that Tylee, Ryan, and JJ Vallow were missing?
Yes. We were worried about it early on, and I often told Detective Pillar my concerns.
Did you ever learn whether or not JJ and Tylee Ryan had been found?
Did.
I'm sorry.
I did. Sorry.
And do you remember when that was?
I got a call June 9th of 2020.
Where were you?
In my parents' house.
Do you remember who called you?
I don't. I just remember somebody from, I think, Rexburg calling just to let me know that they had found what they were pretty sure was the kids.
Huh. Once you got that information, what did you do?
The next day was my wedding, so I was getting remarried. So I got married, and shortly after that, I just felt like I needed to go up to Rexburg. I don't know what for. I just felt like I should, so I drove up there.
When you were in Idaho, did law enforcement ask you to do anything as it related to JJ or Tylee?
Yes, they asked me to identify JJ.
And do you recall where you were when that happened?
Where I was when I identified JJ?
Yes.
Okay. It was, I think, outside of Pocatello at an FBI location.
And do you recall the date?
June 11th or June 12th.
Okay. How did they have you identify him?
They showed me some pictures of him deceased. asked me if that was JJ. And I said, yeah.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
All right. Cross-examination.
No, I'm okay. We can go.
You mentioned you had contact with Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow quite frequently. Is that right?
Yes.
What was the frequency with which you had contact with Charles Vallow from when you first met him to the time of his death?
It varied by the years. Sometimes when he lived close to me, I'd see him often. I could see him every week at sometimes, and then there was other times where he traveled for work, so I might not see him for a couple months. And they also lived further away, so sometimes I wouldn't see him as often.
They were nomadic. They never owned a house. They would just constantly rent. That's what I recall. I think you testified to that. Is that right?
I wouldn't use the word nomadic, but they definitely moved more often than I did.
Okay. And approximately the date you first met Lori Vallow?
It would have been in 2008. I was driving with my then fiance at the time from Texas to Utah, and we went through Phoenix, and I met the Cox family at that time.
Okay. And would you agree with me that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox had a very, very close relationship?
It was on again, off again. There was times where it was very close, and there was times when they wouldn't see each other very often, but they knew each other very well.
Well, are you aware that it seemed that every time Lori moved, Alex would follow her and move to where she would move to?
Not always. Yes, sometimes that did happen, but other times no.
And more often than not, though?
It depended. There were times where Alex lived with in Arizona with us, and Lori left to Hawaii for a few years. But then there was other times, I agree with you, where they all moved from Texas to Arizona together and things like that.
And on the subject of Hawaii, during the time that Lori left JJ with Charles for that 2-month period, and I believe that was January and February of 19, does that ring a bell?
Yeah, it might have gone into March a little bit too, but yeah, that time frame sounds right.
And during that time, are you aware that she was residing and staying in Hawaii?
I don't know where she lived at that time. I didn't have any contact with her.
Okay. And at the time you were married to her niece, so you guys didn't discuss Lori's whereabouts as being in Hawaii for 2.5 months?
Well, my wife said she didn't know where she was.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if that was true. I just know that's what she said.
Okay. Now, would you agree with me that Tylee and JJ had a very, very close relationship?
Yeah, I mean, they were brother and sister, so I would say they were close.
Well, more than that, isn't it true that for all practical purposes, Tylee was really like the second mother to JJ and caring for JJ?
It depended. I mean, she was a teenager, so there was definitely times where that wasn't the case. But there was also times where she was a nurturer for JJ. I mean, she loved him, but she was, like I said, she's a teenager, so that was not her primary responsibility for sure.
But did you observe JJ looking at that in maybe a different perspective, that he relied on Tylee for a lot of things and things that maybe Lori wasn't providing for him?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Did you observe anything to that effect?
And JJ was special needs, so I don't know that I could have identified that JJ could have. I mean, JJ needed every adult or anyone who was there to help him. That's what he needed. And I definitely remember during that time when Charles had him, he missed his mom a lot. Charles brought it up in those same emails a lot, and it broke your heart.
And after Lori got back from Hawaii in March, early March, there was an attempt at reconciliation.
Yeah, they did try.
And at that point, did Charles confide in you that he actually was convinced by Lori to make Lori the beneficiary of his life insurance policy again?
Charles didn't talk to me about his life insurance policy. Charles did not talk to me about his life insurance policy.
So he never discussed with you finances or anything like that?
We talked about financial stuff, but he never talked to me about his life insurance policy.
Okay. So you're not aware that the life insurance policy was placed in Lori Vallow's name during this reconciliation period then, correct?
I would have no ability to testify to that.
Okay. You brought up the subject of Melanie Gibb. And my recollection of your testimony is that you found it unusual that Melanie Gibb was there for Christmas of 2018.
Yes.
And I can't recall if you had said that they seemed to have a close bond at that point. How would you characterize their bond at that point?
Who's they?
Melanie Gibb and Lori Vallow.
Okay. Yeah, it seemed like they definitely had a closer bond.
And are you aware of when Melanie Gibb and Lori first met?
I can't testify to when they met.
Did your wife participate in these gatherings in August, September, and October with Melanie Gibb and Lori?
I believe so.
Yeah. And these gatherings in August, September, and October of 2018 were what you described as these fireside chats?
And I think they went past October. I think they were in November as well, in December. But
they started in the mid to early summer of that year. Is that right?
I can't say when Melanie's very first one was.
Okay. And were you aware that Melanie Gibb was the organizer and planner of all of these events?
I can't testify who planned them.
Okay. It wasn't your wife who was planning them?
I don't think so. It would have been without my knowledge.
Okay. And you found it unusual that Melanie was there at your Christmas holiday for what would be deemed a family holiday. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you happen to recall seeing a gentleman by the name of David Warwick at Christmas that year as well with Melanie?
No.
Okay. Now, you touched on a little bit about the temple, and I don't want to cover this too much, but in terms of the temples, what I don't understand is when someone goes to the temple in your faith, they do that as part of the marriage process in the beginning, right? To sort of the bond. It's a bonding, or you bond with each other, or I'm grasping for the word seal. You're sealing.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the word?
There's a few things that you can do at the temple. You can go and do something called baptisms for the dead, where you can.
Well, I want to talk about. We'll get there in a minute.
Okay.
And I don't know that we need to spend a lot of time on that, but I'm as part of the marriage process. You seal with each other as part of the marriage process when a couple first gets married, right?
Yeah, we have something where you can be sealed to your spouse for time and all eternity, is what we call it.
Okay. And regardless of what happens, you're sealed, even if it means divorce or otherwise, right?
No, not quite. But
okay.
I mean, we make promises to God.
Okay.
And with those covenants, if you keep those, we believe He gave authority to the person who seals you to be able to stay married even after you die.
Right.
But obviously, with any covenant, if you don't keep your promises to God, then you can break that and it's no longer sealed.
Right. And that's something that's important in the LDS faith, is to keep your covenant to God, right?
I would hope for most people, if they believe in God and they make a promise with Him, that they would want to keep it.
So and I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but the sealing is also a process in which you and I'm trying to be careful about the way I phrase this, so correct me if I'm wrong. You stand in for somebody else who has passed away or is no longer alive, and you baptize them as a proxy for them. Is that kind of what goes on there?
Sealing or baptizing? Because you said baptize.
Well, sealing. There's a sealing process about being a proxy for someone who's passed on, right?
Yeah. So if I can be sealed to my wife here living, and that's something that I want to do, then I have that option. And for those who passed on, we practice in proxy is what we call it, but we practice the process of doing that for them so that it could be done here on earth, so that if it's something that they wanted, they could have that option in heaven.
So when they pass on, you're helping them move on to heaven. Is that really what that's all about?
The process would be up to them to choose, right? But yes, we're going through the process here in behalf of them.
Well, you mentioned the baptism then, and that's what I'm a little confused about. So you baptize people who have passed on as well.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to beyond the scope of direct.
Overruled. So, Mr. Pryor, there needs to be some relevance as well, so it's narrow.
Well, Judge, I think I'm going to move on. This was more curiosity than was anything else. So
Okay,
let's move on.
Not relevant if it's just curiosity. So
yeah, let's move on then. As part of these fireside issues, have you ever heard of an organization or a group preparing the people?
I have, yes.
And that's an organization that sort of caters to people of your faith about being ready for the second coming. Would that be fair?
I don't know if I would agree with that statement, but so I guess I would say no for me.
Okay, well, not for you, but in general, for people who are participating in those preparing the people rallies or conventions or firesides. Really, the theme is what to do after the second coming, or preparing in case of an emergency, something of that effect. Would that be fair?
I've never been to something, so I can't testify as to what they believe.
Okay. Is that something that would be considered outside the realm of your faith, or not something you should be looking into as part of your faith?
I mean, I think each person has to decide what they're interested in and what things apply to their faith.
But obviously, if there are some things that you're engaging in that are contrary to the faith, then you don't get to choose that, right?
The church can occasionally come out, right, like any organization, and say, hey, these are things that don't apply to our faith.
So having visions, have you heard about people who are blessed with the ability to have divine visions and be able to see events that are occurring in the future?
I have never had any visions, and I don't know anybody who I personally believe that I know personally who's had a vision.
Okay. And then having seances, like conducting a seance, is that something that your wife was doing as part of this back starting in the summer of 2018? Is she engaging in seances?
I can't testify to that because I don't know.
Okay. Did she talk to you anything about conducting vibrations and having vibration movements as part of these seances?
She didn't talk to me about that.
Okay. And the discussion of light and dark, you talked a little bit about Chad Daybell and that there was some discussion about light and dark, right? But
yes.
That's not necessarily inconsistent with your faith. Your faith is talks about it in a number of your publications about light spirits and dark spirits. Isn't that true?
We don't talk about light spirits and dark spirits, no.
No? There's nothing in the faith that talks about light or dark spirits, right?
Nothing in what I've been taught. I mean, it's a large faith. There's a lot of information. So
okay, so you're just not aware of whether that's taught in your faith or not. Is that fair?
I've been going to my church for a really long time, and I've never experienced it.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Redirect.
The state has no to redirect, Your Honor.
All right. Are there any, is the witness perhaps can be recalled by the state or the defense?
Not by the state.
Not by the defense, Judge.
Okay, that concludes your testimony, Mr. Boudreaux. Thank you for appearing today. You're released from any subpoena. You may go ahead and step down.
All right, thank you. That concludes our pre-trial prep. But I want to hold on. Let me just. Jennifer says light versus dark spirits is not a Mormon thing. Yeah, I'm not. I need to have like a biblical scholar on, and we can break this down. But all right, we have an update. Let me get you an update. Hold on a sec. All right, I'm going to bring us up to date because a jury has been selected. So let's get to you're going to help me read this? Okay. Superball is going to help me read. You going to help me read? Yeah, okay. All right, let's read through this. This is coming from East Idaho News, Nate Eaton. We are happy to read through his notes, so thank you for that. Okay, let's see here. They come back out of lunch at 1:30. Jury's walking in. There's about 40 to 45 people left in the pool. Judge wants to seat 12 jurors. Hold on a sec. Let me see. Just make sure that I've got this all okay. All right. There are about 40 to 50 people left in the pool. Judge wants to seat 12 jurors and 6 alternates this afternoon. Judge begins telling the jurors court may start at 9 or 9:15 on Friday. He asks if there would be a conflict for anyone. None of them raise their hands. On the back of each juror form, there's a list of questions, such as if the person is employed, where do they work, if they are married, and if they have served on a jury before. The first juror says he is unemployed but used to work at Dunkin' Donuts. The judge says, oh, everybody laughs. Next, jurors walk down the line jurors go down the line. They talk about their jobs, their spouse's occupation, and whether they've served on juries before. One lady says she has served on a jury in a civil case in the past. She was the foreperson. Judge asks if she understands her opinion is the same as all other jurors. She does. That didn't quite make sense. Hold on, Northwest. We'll get there. Just hold on. He wants to seat 12 jurors and 6 alternates. That's what he wants to seat. So that would be 18. Variety of occupations among this pool: Banner Health employee, DoorDash, nonprofit, retired. There's also a variety of ages in the group. Some seem to be right out of high school, while another man says he has retired twice. He has retired twice from different jobs. Others are raising kids. Others have children who are grown out of the house. One woman served on a previous jury in an armed robbery case. The verdict was guilty. Lori is taking notes as the different jurors introduce themselves. Trina Kay is also taking notes. Jurors continue introducing themselves. Introductions are concluded. Judge asks Trina and Ms. Kay and Lori if they have any follow-up. They do not. Judge says he's going to focus on the jury box. The people over here have a high percentage of being on the jury. He asks one final time if there's anything he thinks they need to know that would prevent them from being able to be fair and impartial. None of them raise their cards. Judge excuses all of the jurors into the panel while he and the parties work to finalize the jury. There are 18 jurors in the box. Judge says he wants to seat 12 jurors and 4 alternates. All right, so initially he said 12 and 6 Northwest. So then it's going to be 12 and 4 alternates. So I don't know if that's a mistake on that part or if they just changed his name, changed his tune. I don't know, but that's where we stand. So it is 12 jurors, 4 alternates. Let's see. Judge will bring in the 16 jurors. They will be sworn in. They'll be read the charge. He will explain preliminary instructions. So by Nate's count, there's 8 men and 8 women. They are dismissed to the back of the courtroom. Let's see. Judge asks for jurors to stand, raise their hands. Clerk swears them in. Clerk reads the charging document. Lori Daybell is charged with conspiracy to commit first degree on or about October 2nd, 2019, with the intent to promote or aid the commission, and agreed with Alex Cox that at least one of them or another would engage in conduct constituting this offense. Lori has pled not guilty to the charge. It's a shame we didn't see this. I wish we had seen this. Right? Usually they show the swearing in and the reading of the charge, but I guess we're not going to see that. Lori has pled not guilty to the charge. Judge's assistant now hands out the packets of jury instructions. Beresky begins reading instructions. Wow, so we don't get to see this. I can't believe they didn't air this. Nobody showed this. Huh. That's a bummer. All right, Judge Beresky begins reading instructions. They must not speculate or guess about any face. I'm not sure what that meant. Race, color, religion, sexual orientation, blah, blah, blah. They must listen to the facts. Defendant represents herself. Anything judge reads about attorneys or lawyers applies to Lori. The fact she represents herself shouldn't be used for or against her. Judge Beresky says jurors should not speak with anyone about the case outside the courtroom. If anyone approaches them and tries to talk about it, judge needs to be informed. He explains what the evidence is. Judge explains what sidebars conferences are. He says they will try to keep them to a minimum. Please do not be concerned with what we are discussing at any bench conference that we have. Judge Beresky says the charge is not evidence that Lori has committed a crime. She is presumed by law that she is innocent. State must prove she is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If the jury finds Lori is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, they must find her guilty. If not, they must find her not guilty. Pretty straightforward stuff. Judge says jurors can accept everything a witness says, part of it or none of it. It's up to them. It's all kind of basic stuff. Police officer testimony should be considered on the same level as other witnesses. It should be held higher than. Wait a minute. It should be held higher than the testimony of others. That doesn't make sense. One line says should be considered on the same level. The other line says it should be held higher. All right. Exclusionary rule is in effect for all witnesses. This means they have to remain outside the courtroom during the entire trial until they are called to testify. So witnesses cannot be in the courtroom. They have to be outside the courtroom. Brandon Boudreaux, of course, is excluded from this rule because he is a victim. So the witnesses will not be in the courtroom. They have to be outside. Jury will get notepads and pens. That's good to know. I got to make a note of that. They will get notepads and pens. That's always good to know because people always ask that question. So they will get notepens and pens. Oops. So the jury will get notepens and pens. Good to know that. They are encouraged to take notes, but should not let them be a distraction. They should not be discussed with other jurors during deliberations. When the trial is over, notes will be destroyed. Judge Beresky tells jurors to always wear their juror badge around the courthouse. If they have questions or need additional information, submit the request in writing to the judge, and he will discuss with the attorneys. Jurors cannot take notes with laptops, phones, electronic devices, etc. It is your duty not to speak with or be addressed with any person on any subject connected to the trial. If someone should try to talk with you about the case, walk away, as we know for sure. That's the case of anything, of all trials. Judge Beresky says when jurors go home and are asked about the case, all they can say is they are on a jury in the length of the trial. They cannot discuss the evidence, parties, etc. Jurors are following along as they look down at their packet of instructions. Judge Beresky says if they have a hard time hearing or with certain evidence during the trial, raise their hand, let the judge know. If jurors have questions for the witnesses, they need to let the judge know before the witness leaves the stand. They need to submit their questions independently and not consult with jurors. I'm sorry, not consult with other jurors. Now, that was the same as the last time, so they can ask questions. They can ask questions. That's good to know. That's the same as last time. Okay. Judge explains what a charge is: conspiracy to commit first degree. Judge tells the jurors that media will cover this trial, tells them to avoid news media coverage, but if they encounter it, turn it off immediately. He tells jurors to ignore cameras in the courtroom. Jurors will not be shown during the trial. Well, we hope not, that's for sure. At the end of the case, the alternate jurors will be picked by lot. The trial is expected to last no later than June 23rd. If this case does go beyond next week, there will be no trial the following week, which we knew. Judge says hopefully the case won't go past next week. I think it'll end next week as well. All right, here's some, this is good. All right, so judge says he will have a delay from last Friday. Let's see, says he will have a delay from last Friday, and jurors are not to speculate about why there was a delay. Okay, tomorrow, 10 to 4, Friday, 9 to 4. I'm sorry, tomorrow, let me get this, all right. Tomorrow, which is Thursday, 10 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., and this is Pacific, so 10 a.m. to 4:30. Now, don't forget, there's a half-hour delay. So let's see, 10, 11, 12, 1. That's going to be 1:30 East Coast time. So tomorrow, Thursday, 10 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Friday is 9 a.m. to 4:30. All right, did you get that? So Thursday is 10 to 4:30. Friday is 9 to 4:30. So I'm going to put that down. That is going to be and a half-hour delay. Don't forget the half-hour delay. So if you're looking to schedule, and don't forget, we'll be doing our daily recaps with Joe Schmo, probably starting at 9 Eastern, 6 o'clock his time. So we'll double check with him. But so Thursday, 10 a.m. Thursday, 10 a.m. Friday, 9 a.m. start with a half-hour delay. Don't forget that. And only an hour lunch, Northwest says. So yeah, only an hour lunch. They're going to crash through this. They're definitely going to. Yeah, I think it must have been an hour and a half, I guess, right? The other time. So, all right. Judge explains that tomorrow the prosecutor will give an opening statement. Lori will then give her opening statement, and she may wait to give her statement after the prosecutor's case in chief is done. Opening statement is not evidence. Purpose of an opening statement is to help you prepare for anticipated evidence. Judge finishes reading instructions. He says there will be some other issues he needs to take up outside their presence. Jurors are dismissed and they will return at 10 a.m. tomorrow. The judge tells the parties to make sure technology is ready to go tomorrow. Nothing further from the state. Lori asks about the media zooming in on the computer screen from Friday. Judge Beresky tells the media they cannot zoom into anything on the table, notes, computers, nothing more. All right, Aaron found this. Here, check this out. Let me play this. I got one last thing for you guys. And then we'll let you go. Yes, Baca, there will be court tomorrow along with Carlos. So Carlos starts at 12:30 Eastern. Lori starts at, 1:30. Yeah, so it's an hour difference. So we will be dual streaming. And Capri Law will be taking notes after. I'll take notes for that first hour, but then I'm going to jump over and I'm going to focus on Lori. So Capri Law will be taking notes for us. So be sure that you are kind to our mods tomorrow because we're going to be dual streaming. And then we may be on verdict watch for Carlos. We may very well be on verdict watch. If the state does not have a rebuttal. The state could not have a rebuttal and they could just go straight into, closing arguments tomorrow. All right, so I have one last thing for you guys. Here, check this out. Let me turn this up. One last thing. This is only like a minute or two. All right, one last thing.
from the defense we need to discuss today?
The only thing was that there was some kind of zooming in on the computer screens from the media yesterday or Friday. So is there something you can tell them that they can't zoom in?
I wasn't aware of that. Into your screen in particular?
Yeah, there's a picture.
Okay.
Pamela has a picture of
All right, I'll direct the media. You really can't zoom in on anything that could be considered work product from either the advisory council, whether they have a personal laptop up or something like that, or on the desk, any notes or anything like that. I'll reaffirm that admonition. Anything else? All right, we'll see you tomorrow. I'll guarantee you.
No worries.
All right.
All right, that seems to be it. All right. So that's I think that's it for tonight. We will all right, guys, let's oh. All right, hold on a second, guys. All right, guys, just conferring with the producer there, and I think we're going to wrap it up for tonight. Joe Schmo will be doing a recap on his channel. He was there. He was at the courtroom. We didn't really watch much, so I don't really, I'd say just go check out Joe. He was in the courtroom. We'll be over there watching him, and no kittens yet. Yeah, no kitties. No kitties yet. We will definitely keep you. We will keep you informed for sure. If and when, well, not if, but when Polly has kittens. And for now, we're going to call it a night. I will go check the PO box because you guys have been so sweet in sending us, sending us stuff. I really appreciate that. So let's see. I was gonna show you Super Ball's over here. Oh, there's Super Ball. Super Ball's there. Polly's kind of wandering around. I was gonna show you him, but hey, buddy, he's in the other room. So anyway, all right. So that's gonna be it for tonight. Tomorrow, 12:15 Eastern, Carlos Dominguez. 1:15 Eastern, Lori Daybell. thank you so much for all the new subscribers. We're at 7,461, so 7,461 subscribers. You guys are fantastic. We had over 1,000 people watching today, so thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the gifts, the super chats, the gifted memberships, the cups of coffee. Really appreciate the support. Obviously, you know, this community is growing, and you guys are what makes this community so cool and so great. And we love everybody that is respectful to each other. You know, we have our difference of opinions, but by and large, you know, we build each other up. That's the whole point of this community. We build each other up. We don't break each other down. So I appreciate that you guys are all on that same wavelength. And with that, thank you to Aaron, who does all the back end stuff and does a fantastic job at that, sends me links. Thank you to our fantastic mod squad. They work really hard. They're going to be working really, really hard tomorrow because we're going to be dual streaming. We're going to have a dual stream. We'll be doing Carlos on one computer and Lori on another. I will be focused mostly on Lori. Capri Law is going to be taking notes for Carlos, so when he's at breaks, I'll jump in and I'll give recaps. So with that, thank you so much, you guys. We will see you tomorrow. Make sure you do something nice for yourself, because we watch a lot of really heavy stuff, and I know it gets to you. It gets to me, so I know it must get to you guys. So just do something nice for yourself, and make sure that you take care of yourselves mentally, emotionally, physically, of course, spiritually, and we will see you guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Here, let me leave you with. Let's see. Do I have pictures of Paulie? Oh no, I don't have pictures of Paulie. All right. Well, with that, I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a great night. Thank you for joining us. Bye.